What an interesting intro that is, eh? So we're listening to Sanctuary's Heart, which is a brand new Square Enix album that's in the material usage license for streaming and making content on, so we can listen to some chill out beats from Soken and the gang. And honestly, it's quite an interesting album. It really is quite interesting. Here is hold on, let me get you a link to this if people have never heard this stuff before. But we're gonna have this on in the background for a bit and see what it's like. But yeah, it's an interesting arrangement album. It's got some really interesting tracks on it. But welcome on in, everyone. Welcome to another YouTube stream. It's been a couple of weeks. Sorry there was no YouTube stream last week. Things just went absolutely ballistic in terms of scheduling and lots of stuff behind the scenes. Some stuff I can talk about, basically for the VTube avatar sort of stuff. Been working heavy on that, getting that all set up for a re-debut, so it's a lot of stuff behind the scenes. But yeah, welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to have a nice chill short stream today, just hang out, talk about 6.3, because that's the thing on everyone's mind, the thing everyone wants to talk about, and all of that speculation, as well as farm some Hildebrand relics. So here we are in the game. Recently, I got a few relics for the Hildebrand stuff. I think I'm on 9. We're about to get our 10th weapon at the start of this stream, and then we're going to work on our 11th weapon. There are 19 weapons in total, so I'm well on my way, schedule-wise, to get all of them before 6.3 comes out. That's the goal, right? That's the goal. 6.3 isn't going to be until, what, like February now? Is it January or February? I forget which. I wish I'd actually remembered that one important detail. 2 seconds. Yeah, early January. That's right, early January. So it's not going to be like the first week. Although that would be ideal, wouldn't it? Like something like the second. It's likely going to be like the second week of January, I think. And of course, we had a lovely live letter. We had part 74 recently. In said live letter, we were shown little snippets of the future of 6.3 and all the content to come. And we got the patch title, God's Ravel, Lands Tremble, which has many implications, but I would imagine many of the implications from that title are probably to do with the Alliance raid, I'm guessing, which is one of the major features of 6.3. But welcome on in, everyone, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're doing well. I hope your family's well and your friends are well. And I hope you're enjoying Final Fantasy XIV in what is technically a bit of a lull in content, technically. In terms of YouTube content, I've been a little bit sparse this last week. I'll be stepping things back up starting next week again. I just kind of needed a bit of a break, honestly. I've been grinding some relics, but apart from that, it's healthy to take breaks. It is something that people need to understand, that even content creators can get a bit of a burnout. So it's been nice to have a bit of a break. But I'm back. This music's really strange, isn't it? So what is this? Which track is this? Oh, wow. Ink Long Dry. But it's like... I'm just going to be blown away by the weird noises from this soundtrack. Right, so let's start off the stream, as I want to finish it as well today. I want to hand in my astronomy and get myself... this relic completed, so we can start another one. So let's go do that. Let's start this off, and then we'll get into the grind, and then we'll start talking about stuff. Breaks are what the subscribe function is for. You get an email with your streamers back on. That's right. That's right. To be fair, though, how many breaks do I have throughout the year? Not many. It's very rare. What am I doing? Where am I going? I thought I was buying tome gear for some reason mentally then. I need to buy meteors. Are you looking forward to 6.3? Hopefully it's on the 10th. I mean, it's a good bet, isn't it? It's a really good bet for it to be on the 10th. I mean, if we look at January right now, if we go on the calendar, It's not going to be the 3rd/2nd. Yeah, I would hope it's the 10th, which is the second week. Or the 17th at the latest, because technically if you go past the 17th of January, it becomes mid to late January then. And then they would have missed their early January sort of focus point. Let's hand this in. I'm not even sure what weapon we're handing in now. Oh, Gunbreaker. Okay. I just pick them up now and do them. It's like second nature. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. Tim Henson, NKP, Bill Bog, Blue Over, Chrissy, Lady V, hey Fran, Gianna, Gigablazer, hello, Quetzals, and Solid Shadow, and anyone else that I've missed. Hello, how you doing? Thanks for all the work you do, Meoni. We'll keep silently watching and listening. Thank you so much. I appreciate your lurkies. Thank you very much. There was a recent thing I read on that Dead Bird website, you know, Twitter, about people sort of boycotting lurkers in streams, which I can't understand personally. Like, me personally, when I'm working, I listen to streams more than I watch them. So I don't understand why people are so against people doing that. It's so bizarre. Like, I get that they want engagement, but just be happy with the viewer that you get, you know? That's what I say. Like, don't force them to, you know, interact unnecessarily. So we got a new Gunbreaker weapon. What does this look like? Oh, it's this one. We did look at this. All right. That reminds me so heavily of something from Final Fantasy VIII. Very futuristic. I like the revolver bit on that. That's nice. Like neon almost. How does it die though? That's the big question. Oh, so it's the metal bit. Oh, cool. I like that. I quite like that in white/silver. Ooh, brass though. That's quite nice, isn't it? Cool. I don't really play Gunbreaker, but respect to those who do. Decent DPS. More than a tank. Let's see. What would I like to do next? What should we do next? So these are the ones we've done, chap. We've done Paladin. We've done Monk. I've done Warrior. I've done Dragoon. I've done Bard. I've not done Ninja. I've done White Mage. Not done Black Mage. I've done Summoner. Haven't done Scholar. Haven't done Dark Knight. Haven't done Machinist. Sorry, I had to see what that was. Haven't done Astrologian. We've got Samurai. We've got the Rapier for Red Mage, and we got the Gunblade. We don't have Dancer, and we don't have Reaper. There's quite a lot to choose from. We got Reaper, Dancer, Astro, Machinist, Dark Knight, Scholar, Black Mage, and Ninja. Any ideas? What would you recommend? Red Mage? I've done Red Mage. Dancer? I see a lot of dancers. Reaper? Reaper. 2 for Dancer, 2 for Reaper. Ooh, it's going to be a toss-up. Doesn't matter which, we'll get them all anyway, but... Which would I prefer to get first? I don't really mind, I suppose. Scholar? Scholar's going last. Scholar's like, bleh. We got another Reaper. Okay, it's looking like a Oh, just as I say that. Decide between Reaper and Dancer. Come on, we got this. Reaper. Alright, looks like we're doing Reaper then. Reaper. Okay, we're gonna do Reaper, and then we'll do Dancer afterwards. Okay, is that fair? Probably not today, but that's the order I'll do them. Okay. I wish this guy had put some clothes on. Right, so we need to get 1,500 Astronomy. I got 150. We got ourselves access to Wondrous Tales. So let's do our Wondrous Tales stuff first and see if we can get 2 lines. That's not a bad idea. No, actually, we need more second chance tokens. So what we'll do first is we will do our roulettes and we'll get some stuff from them. Just do a quick MSQ because like 5-minute queue. But welcome on in. I hope everyone's well. We're just having a nice chill out sesh. Hey Tenko, you finished last week all of them. My goodness, congratulations Angel Reaper. That's huge. 19. Yeah, I had the same problem when we had the resistance weapons. I did all 17 of those, but now they've added 2 new jobs since then. It's like pain. Absolute pain. So what are people most excited for in 6.3 from what we know so far? So like as a bit of a recap, obviously coming out early January next year. We've got Tatari's Grand Endeavor. Is anyone really hyped for that? Have people been enjoying Tatari's questline? Personally, I felt like it was okay. Tatari's Grand Endeavor is like the okay content. There's some like heartwarming moments. Like spoilers aside, it was okay. I don't know, maybe I'm alone with that opinion. I know a lot of people love Tatari, so but I felt it was not quite there, you know. But it is a side quest, so I'm looking forward to seeing what we're gonna get from that. Everything, that's a good answer. Definitely the next stage of the relics, and along with that, the new part of the Hildebrand quest line, right? So we're gonna have whatever happens with that insanity. I can't wait to see that. Hildi, it doesn't bore me. I know it bores some people, but the Hildi storyline is just, it's like you just pull up a chair, you get some popcorn, and then you just suspend disbelief and have fun. That's basically what that quest line is. Oh wow, this remix. Wow. I did not expect that. Holy. So yeah, we're listening to the Sanctuary's Heart arrangement album that made its way into the material usage license. You can get this on like Amazon and iTunes and all that other stuff. Some really weird tracks. I've not heard it all the way through yet. So, hey Fran, is that the Reaper weapon? Ooh, I quite like that. Deep Dungeon might be fun. Yeah, the Deep Dungeon, where is it gonna be? That's the question. The fact that they gave it a Eureka name, very interesting. That was such a weird drop. That was so weird. Sorry, I'm being thrown off slightly by the by the music. Very different. Very different. Different is good though. Do, 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 do. Yeah, Eureka Orthos it's going to be called, right? Level 81 and above. It's an interesting thing to call it. Is it going to be like on the Isle of Val then? Or why would it be given the name Eureka? Does anybody who's like lore proficient know why it would be called Eureka? Or is it just related to that storyline somehow? I know it's probably too early to guess, but you're going with Under Crystal Tower. Oh, interesting. So like, Under Crystal Tower. So like, underneath the labyrinth, or part of the labyrinth of the ancients, or something, or it will be under Crystal Tower, as Eureka is in Crystal Tower in Final Fantasy III. Oh, really? I don't remember that. and I've played through those games. Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? I forgot that it was called Eureka. It has been rather a while, to be honest. Also, Allergan's. Yeah, that's a good point actually, because the artwork is showing Allergan stuff. It's also showing non-Allergan stuff as well, though. So it could be just one of the tile sets. Could be like an Allergan room. Don't know. Hildi is hilarious. It gives you a break from being the main character to become the side character of a wacky detective, and you just go with the flow of his ideas. That's right. It's a breath of fresh air, isn't it? At the end of the day, you know. The game is quite a serious beast, and that's great. I love how serious and well written the storyline is, but it's nice to have the little stupid moments, you know, the slapstick and just frankly bizarre. The crafted gear is going to be nice. Oh right, so the like the Sky Steel tool type stuff, they're doing that again, aren't they? Like basically crafting relics again, and presumably Gatherer as well. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I still haven't done any of the Sky Steel tools to completion. Like I got I think it was the Weaver to near completion, but I didn't do the last part of it. I couldn't be bothered. Which sounds bad, but I can't hit things with it, so what's the point? My answer to relic weapons and weapon enhancement is like, can I hit something with it? Okay, I will do it. I might do it eventually though, but there's a lot of relics that I still need to get across the board. From stuff like even animal weapons and stuff like that. You happy it's not tied to the other Eureka? Not very there, don't mind the grind. I personally really enjoyed Eureka, like the Forbidden Land. I thought it was fantastic. But that's probably a bit of, what do you call it? Where you start off hating something and then you love it by the time you're done with it because you're so used to it, sort of thing. I don't know. It's always given me that like weird sense of nostalgia, and that's usually enough to make me want to do the grind completely. Like every time I have to go into Eureka to get like poetics or something, it's quite pleasurable, weirdly. I don't know why. You need to do the Gatherer relics? Yeah, I was thinking of at least getting the fishing rod, because I quite like fishing in this game. It's good fun. You really want to know when they're gonna go, where they're going with the Alliance raids? They're not ancients and not primals. What are they? That is a very good question. And are they actually the gods? Are they actually deities? Are they actually capable of, you know, are they facsimiles? Are they creations, like concepts? Are they concepts of the ancients for people to look up to hold values or something? I don't know. It's a strange bit of territory, isn't it? Because normally in Final Fantasy, you know, at least in this game, you can gauge the power of an enemy quite easily. But they were just toying with us in Aglaia. You know, it's just a test. So it's like, well, what are they? They're aliens. I mean, anything's possible, right? I suppose. You saw the title of Eureka coming in a new content and got so hyped. You truly missed the trek through Eureka. Me too. Yeah. Yeah, me too, actually. You remember when Pagos came out and everybody lost their absolute minds when they realized the trek between areas and the levels required. And then later they were like, no, we're gonna nerf that. It's like, no. Okay. Eureka still has a problem though, in terms of like popularity. Because it relies on people as the, you know, the component to make it redoable. I don't think they've done enough to make the whole thing soloable. Like a lot of them are soloable, you can do pretty much everything, but High Dartos, you're not going to be able to solo all of the NMs there. You know, so weapon enhancement's a lot harder, I think, in Eureka. Stuff like Bozja has something else going for it, I guess. But it suffers the same, similar sort of problem. Yeah, Pagos under cliff tunnels, yes. Oh, it's not just that, though. In Pagos, it was like, let's go to Brothers. And then everyone would go to the wrong cliff edge, and they drop down onto the bit where you go to the, like, the kettle or whatever to get the crystallized proteins. And they'd be like, wait, this is the wrong tunnel. And then they'd have to walk all the way back around. Yeah. Yeah, this is from a new album. That entered into the material usage license so we can play it. There's a lodestone page which has links to where you can get it, but basically in our territories we can get it on like Amazon and iTunes. Basically, I don't believe there's a physical copy, unfortunately. I would love to get a physical copy of it though. Maybe they're former heroes who have climbed to cosmic status, and by the end of the game you will join them. I doubt it, but it's a fun idea. I like that, actually. I quite like the idea of it being, each one of them being a concept, though, of the Asians. Because if you think about the Entelekies and stuff, right? With Meteon, without going too much into detail because of spoiler territory for some people. But like, they could be Entelekies. Life forms created by the Asians, because you determine the power of the creature you create when you create it, right? That's why Meteon was so ridiculous. You never get into that Eureka Relic? I think I do every other relic. Well, that's the thing. Eventually you'll be like, maybe I will get one of those weapons. The Fisherman Relic is the coolest relic, yeah. I think that's the one I'd go for most. Just so I can flex a little bit when the ocean fishing content gets updated. At the minute, I'm just using the gold glowy one. Like the, what was it, level 50 or something like that. I do like that former heroes thing, actually, solid. I like that. That's a good theory. Good morning, Elise. Elise. Most got angry. Yeah, that's the thing with Eureka, though, is it wasn't for the faint of heart, and I think it annoyed more people than it, you know, especially when people would pull early when it came to notorious monsters. So stuff like Pagos was an absolute poop show, because you'd be one end of the area, you wouldn't have access to the teleporter until a certain rank, you know, elemental rank, and then you'd be out of luck, basically. And they'd be like, oh, right, we're going to pull at 10. It's like, oh, cool, I have time to get there. And then somebody would pull early, and then they'd just go with it. And, that's part of it, isn't it? That's part of it. That was the thing that most reminded me of like, you know, old school MMORPGs. Sort of like WoW. I suppose for some people, it was like the Final Fantasy XI sort of feeling, you know? A community aspect where it really showed if they were they were not very nice people or not. Thinking of that, though, do you remember in what was it, Eureka Orthos, when the portal boss that I can't remember the name of because my mind's gone to potato, the big jellyfish, and then people were resetting that boss repeatedly just to screw over the Valdesian Arsenal groups. That was such a bad time. And it was all community-based sort of trolling. Oof. I remember the forums were just on fire because it was happening everywhere. People were like getting aggro, leashing it, wiping it down. It was the same with the assistance fate as well, with the little jellyfish creatures that I can't remember the name of. The octopuses, octopi creatures. People would reset that. At least it happened on our server quite a lot while on Chaos. And yeah, it was not a good moment. Limit Break 5 is Warrior of Light that activated a transference of deity. I liked like the Warrior of Light fight when you had limit breaks being used against you in Seat of Sacrifice. That was probably one of the best moments in this game. Probably one of the most incredible fights. The music's good, the fight's gripping. It was really, really quite excellent. And to see limit break fill up and then you needed like a tank limit break to survive. It's, oh. Yeah, limit break 5 would be the end of the universe, I'm pretty sure that. I'm sure we'll see it eventually, right? I'm sure we will. Ultima. You played 11 despite the grind, not because of it. See, the thing is, 11 is kind of its own creature, isn't it? It's a very different game. The more I play it, the more I realize how different it is. Because recently I've been trying to really get into it. And you really have to read every single piece of dialogue on screen at all times. And it's the sort of game you need to have a Wikipedia open for to play, so it's not for the faint of heart. It's good fun though. I enjoy it. Yeah, the Trust's made it so that you can do a lot of stuff that wouldn't normally be possible in this lower population sort of thing. But speaking of lower population, I play on Azura server, and there's just it's full of people. There's like people everywhere doing stuff. It's fantastic. It's amazing to see a game like Final Fantasy XI still as popular as it is, and still getting content developed for it. It's a really good feeling, and it bodes well for our game as well. Means that like 14 isn't going to go anywhere, you know. It's good. You busted your ass in Shadowbringers for those relics? Yes. The playlist is from the new lo-fi album, which is called Sanctuary's Heart, which is developed by a group of talented musicians, as well as our lovely normal composer and music producer Masayoshi Soken, as well as some DJs and people that worked on the Pulse remix album as well. There's a link in chat to the Lodestone, which has more info for you. But it's basically available on Amazon and iTunes, as far as I know. This is a really strange remix. Let's give that guy a commendation. There you go, friend. GG's all round. Have you did Fashion Report yet? Yes, it is on the channel. If you click on the channel, it should be up there, yeah. Wait, I did put it as live, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, it is live. Okay. Whew. wipes brow of sweat. Because normally I upload a video and then I upload it as unlisted because otherwise YouTube doesn't process it. It's a nice looking outfit. I like that. What's the sword? Is that Biako? Ooh. That's cool. I like that. That's a nice glam. I like that, friend. That's pretty good, that. Very cool. Do you want to join for Alliance Raid? Is that a yes? Cool. Awesome. There's a really nice Reaper glam, actually. Stand there. You're like pirate friend. I like the chest as well. Goes with the little ropey bits on the scythe. Yeah, so you match the colors. Yeah, wine red. No, was it? Are you sure? It looks like wine red to me. $50p says it's wine red. Oh, Roland Berry. Okay, I was completely wrong. I thought it was wine red then. All right, I lost the game. Hello. Slash wave. It's a Lalafell. Slash cheer. Yeah, without trusts in 11, the game would be basically impossible for me to get into, I think. So it's good. It's good they exist. The new player experience in 11 is painful, though. But yeah, make friends and it's a lot easier. Find other people that are addicted to that game. Duty support will cover all of Heavens, which was 6.3. That's right, yeah. So duty support covering the remainder of Heavenswood. Very excited about that. We're yeah, very excited for that. The deep dungeon's going to be fun. I don't think necessarily I'm that bothered about it for like a leveling thing because I got everything to 90 without it, but it's going to be fun to get like glamour and mounts and stuff again. But yeah, duty support will be added for Great Google Library, Ethera Chemical Research Facility, if I could pronounce it, the Anti-Tower, Sorkai, Zelfatol, and Belsa's Wall. I'm really excited to see if there's any extra dialogue for the Anti-Tower, because the Anti-Tower is actually a huge component of the storyline if you think about where it lands. Well, they all are, but... And Belsa's Wall, right? With the Griffin. So, if you didn't know already, they put in a lot of dialogue to the previous, you know, Heavenswood content that they covered with duty support. So if you've not done the Vault before with duty support, definitely go do it, because the extra interactions, how do I say this non-spoilery? Yeah, just extra interactions with certain NPCs, quotation marks, is amazing. You watched Fashion Week just before you went online. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're going to do an alliance raid. Does anybody want to join? Fellow Lalafell. Well, my alt's a Lalafell. Would you like to join? I don't know what it'll be. Yeah? Alright, I'm just going to invite you. You can join. What about you, Caped Crusader? I like that glam, actually. Look at that. Ooh. That's cool. That's a nice outfit. Spoopy. Yeah, I like that. You kind of remind me of like an Assassin's Creed character or something. Like a Templar assassin or something. It's amazing. Would you like to come? I feel bad just like randomly inviting people. Belsa's Wall with Papalimo. That's gonna be the thing, isn't it, Yorkshire Gamer? That's gonna be the thing. Oh, will they give him extra dialogue? Are we ready for the feels? Papalimo should have never have had that chapter of his storyline, okay? That was a very sad day. He was the biggest loss, I think, personally, for me. I suppose that's quite controversial to say, but, you know. Because a lot of people would probably jump towards certain other characters, but... This album's pretty good, isn't it? It's quite chill. No duty support for Crystal Tower, which is part of the MSQ. Not a problem for me, but I wonder how single player focused people feel about it. The thing is, a Nick for Google, they haven't outright said that they will never do alliance-based content. So one of the things I asked Yoshi P in my interview when we were, myself and Shenpai were interviewing Yoshi P as part of the media tour for Endwalker, was about trusts. And obviously we didn't know that duty support was going to be a thing, but I asked about the potentiality for alliance raids. And from what I remember, it was more akin to the answer of, I mean, citation needed, that they want to get all of the 4-player stuff sorted first, like backdate all of that. So it's not like it will never happen. It's just one step at a time. You've got to remember they have to fit this into like a budget that they have for an expansion. So they have to decide what parts of the game they want to rework and what's new to the game, right? So there's many facets to that, but you have a set budget, which is not just a money budget. This is a time budget. So if you've got to flip out an entire expansion by a set date, oversupplying yourself with things to do in a time frame is not a good idea. So it's not like they will never do alliance raids with like trust or, you know, a duty support type system. It's just not yet. You know, there's no timeline on that. So I'm quietly confident that they've got the tech to do that, because you could essentially just use faceless NPCs for an entire party, right? And they have the 8-player stuff working already, which was a real surprise. Even in the base expansion, we had Heidelin, right? That was huge. So, I don't know, give it some time. Let it cook in the oven a bit longer. I'm sure once they've caught up with all of the Stormblood stuff and, you know, the rest of it, I'm sure that's the next logical sort of direction. Especially considering how important Crystal Tower, as you say, is for the storyline, and how it's now a required prerequisite for a lot of the later stuff. Some old duty support already added a new cutscene if you tech NPCs. Yeah, it's the same with a vault. Yeah, there's extra dialogue and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Time spent updating these is time taken away from other things they want to do. Yeah, so whilst it's not going to be like they'll never do it, it's more of a where do we fit this in, and at the same time provide an expansion's worth of content for new players and existing players. You got to remember 7.0 is going to be so heavily laden with the character changes, right? The 7.0 graphical overhaul is probably going to take a lot of the time. I'm personally surprised that hasn't been talked about more. It's a little bit like scary to me, and I would rather them spend a much longer time frame getting that to work before pushing that into an expansion, personally. But we'll see. I mean, Square Enix are some of the employees of Square Enix are some of the most hardworking, efficient people you could probably ever meet or witness working. Absolutely. It popped. Yay. What we got? What shall it be? Oh, Weeping City. Wow. That's cool. This music's awesome. Yeah, the graphics update will probably be talked about, but it worries me how much they have to talk about and what concessions we might see, because it's probably the most sought after update, isn't it? If somebody said to you, what is the most anticipated thing for the future of Final Fantasy XIV, it would be that update. Now that they've mentioned it's going to exist, and people have seen like those rough drafts, quote unquote. Do you remember when they called those like really high poly models rough drafts? And I'm just like, dude, it's like CGI quality. And that Makote they showed, oh, like even in a grey box sort of stage, it looked so good. So much to look forward to. This music's awesome. It's the only update we know of so far though, really. True, aside from the usual sort of like, there will be an expansion of content and probably like... So where do we think the expansion's going then? Because a lot of people keep changing their minds, and it's always very interesting for me to see what people think is going to be the next expansion. Like its setting, maybe the plot. I had people in here last time we streamed talking about the Void, which is, I guess, something, but me personally, I'm hoping for the new world, right? Or at least Mericidia, maybe. Or maybe both. Dragon Continent, Mericidia, yeah. Few people still saying the Void, yeah. I mean, they're all valid, absolutely. Personally, I would love to see the Void involved in another Eureka-style field instance. I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but it's the perfect sort of setting for that kind of content. Arachne. You'd love to see an expansion on the use of Dynamis. I mean, I'm sure we'll see more of that, right? Is this done with an automaton? Wait, hold on. Let's turn the volume up. Yep. I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold on. Ahsoka, seriously, no. This is not an automaton, surely. You know what it sounds like to me, the instrument they're using? One of those like things that you wave your hands over, those like little electrical things. I forget what they're called. Does sound a bit automaton though. Will buying guild from websites get you banned? Well, it's against the terms of service, and if you were to admit that somewhere, then yes, people may report you. And they do have a huge crackdown on that kind of behavior now as well. Let's put it this way. At the end of the day, the risk that you take on your account is yours to risk. But just know that anything that you do risk always has a chance of you losing your account or getting banned or whatever. But yeah, it's totally a prohibited thing, yeah. Of course, people slip through the cracks in that all the time, right? But Dem be the rules, absolutely. Yeah, theremin, there we go. That's what I was thinking of. I was like, electrical thing that I wave my hand over. I'm glad chat knows what they're on about. It must be a theremin. It's very weird. Last time you heard one was Ed, Ed and Eddie. What a reference. Can I go back to my childhood now so I can watch like Ed, Ed and Eddie and Dexter's Lab and... Oh man. What is that? Wait a minute, is he really using a zip as an instrument? What? It is. Since when has a zip on someone's like jacket been an instrument? It's so experimental. I love this album. It's weird. And it sounds like the melody is being played on glasses, like wine glasses. Or bells of some description. Yeah, it's actually a very interesting album, isn't it? You remember doing Weeping City on week 1? Alliance kept messing up with Lord Forgal. Some of the players were such dicks about it, didn't run it against fruits. Oh, well, that's any content when it comes out. People will, there are two types of people when it comes to this sort of content. Unlike on week 1. There's a type of people who stand perfectly on the scales mechanic of Null Thal. Okay, and then there are those that stand there perfectly and then move. Just to see people's reactions. There's no in between. Hey, Miss Lee, I don't know why it didn't pop up with a noise and stuff, but thanks for the 4 and a, what is that? Is that a cup of blood? Is that supposed to be coffee? What is that sticker? I'll say one thing, YouTube's stickers are cursed. Oh, there it is. There's the pop-up. That I still haven't got an icon for. There you go. Here's $4 and a cup of blood. Oh, Halloween was last month. Yeah, they really are cursed, yeah. Welcome to YouTube. We have questionable stickers. Oh yeah, kind of does look like if you would microwave tea, although that would be a terrible idea. Okay, that sound effect sounded as if they had sampled somebody putting their handbrake on in their car. See what I mean? That Did they just record car door noises? I'm just like losing it with this album. It's fantastic. We need a behind the scenes like of their samples they used. Tapping on wood. Yeah. Hey Craig, it's going fine today. We're doing some roulettes and then working on another relic weapon for Hildebrand. We're talking about all kinds of things, including 6.3. But I'm good, thank you. Hey Jin. jar. Maybe, yeah. I was thinking it was like those wine glasses that you tap. This remix is from the Sanctuary Heart, I think it's called, album. There's a link in chat if you're interested. It's quite an interesting track list. Such weird sound effects as well. Speaking of 6.3, the 3rd or the 10th, it won't be the 3rd because it's too early in January. I think on the live letter they said how they would like that, but it's very unlikely. So it's probably the 2nd week. Yeah, I would guess. Yeah, so this is the Tomorrow and Tomorrow theme, but it's like remixed. And it sounds like blocks of wood or something being used. I don't know. Very odd. It's a thing. Yo! Greyshard, thank you for the 5. And the adorable little corgi. Is that a corgi? Looks like a corgi. Thank you very much. I hope you're having a great day. Craig says, I finished Endwalker and need advice. I can't seem to find a beginners or practice group for extreme trials. I'm new to raiding, but nobody in Party Finder ever lets a noob in their team to learn. So one of the things that you could do in the Party Finder is there'll be learning groups. Zashiba. There'll be like learning groups. Or at least there should be, depending on what server group you're on. But people not letting you into the group is an interesting one. Like verbally or physically, you can't get in the groups, because I know a lot of people lock the groups to duty complete, which means that they're only letting people in that have already completed it. But there are plenty of like practice groups, or at least I usually see them on my server. If in doubt, though, you could always set up a group yourself and put like practice group. And usually people like to join those groups, like a lot of mentors and people with that kind of mentor kind of mindset usually would join those groups because they like getting a thing called a bonus. So bonus usually gives you extra like tomestones and things for you helping them on their first clear. So those groups definitely exist, but usually when it comes to groups like that, if there is none that I can join and I've not cleared the content myself, usually just make my own. I know that's not necessarily the best advice, but there are plenty of helpful people out there. It just depends also of what time you look in the Party Finder as well, because a lot of people are usually active at certain times, right? So if you're looking at like 9 at night, you're not going to have any luck with that sort of stuff necessarily. Either I get locked out or they kick me when they see my cutscene load. Dude, really? Are you kidding me? What server are you on? You're probably going to have to try starting a practice group, streaming with Mother Crystal and Stormcrown. Wait, I've never heard of people kicking someone from a group as soon as they see a cutscene. That's crazy. Really? Well, that's their fault for setting up the party finder wrong, not yours. If they kick you for you having a cutscene displaying on your thing, that's so bizarre to me. They should have locked their group to people who had only ever completed it then, if that's the case. Yeah, this music's awesome. I feel really bad for you, Craig, honestly. But it's not something that you see a lot of, thankfully. So I'm sorry you had a bad experience, though. That's really tough, dude. You didn't think you could kick someone for the first 15 minutes? I didn't think so either. I don't know. You're on Crystal server. Crystal server is toxic at times. Fair enough. I don't know enough about that, but what I will say is you get people like that anywhere. The grass is not greener anywhere else, so to speak, if that makes sense. Usually those sorts of people out themselves and you just add them to your blacklist. I find. But yeah, it's really sad that you've had that situation. There should be plenty of practice groups though. And if you're joining groups that aren't practice groups, then it's kind of their fault for not locking it to duty complete. Unless it's like practice from, you know, some groups have like practice from last phase onwards and stuff like that. So if you go in there and you don't know the other phases, then I can kind of understand why they would get a little bit upset with that. I mean, yeah, if in doubt, always read the party finder listing, right, before you join, and then make sure that you're on the same kind of progress as that other group. It's the only sort of advice I've got, though. But like I say, creating a group yourself isn't actually that difficult, and you'll be surprised the how nice people can be and how many people will come in just to help you. If you say, like in the party finder, you're new, you want to learn it, like a learning party, you'll be surprised how many people are willing to come and show you the ropes. I mean, the worst thing as well is that people have this kind of like FOMO thing on the first week of an extreme coming out, where they're like, well, if I don't do it on week 1, I'll never get to do it because then all the groups will be locked. Which is a fair assumption, but it doesn't have to be that way. There are plenty of people who don't do the content in the first week. I mean, myself, usually I don't have time to do it in the first week, so if in doubt, make your own group. With Blackjack and Rogadins. You could probably transfer and help with that if you like. Oh, that's really generous of you. I've cleared both and have mounts. See, there's loads of lovely people in this community, like you see there in chat. You've convinced me to pick up the album. I don't know, I just thought we'd have that on today as a bit of background music instead of listening to the Weeping City theme for 2 hours. Hey Camille, how's it going? I barely recognized you with the Vol 3 icon. Sweet, get a free message when resub. What does that mean? Oh, like you get a 3 highlighted message. Thank you for the 2 months, Miss Loot, of YouTube membership. I've not seen that before, the pop-up thing. That's cool. Thank you. Well, it's not getting kicked, it's more like people bail on me. Ah, yeah. That happens. More often than not, I find that happens, or at least on our data center, at least with groups, when you've accidentally joined one that has like a different progress or something. For example, if I joined one that was, you know, I don't know, if I joined, let's say I was doing Pandemonium, and I joined a Cahexia 2 progress group, and I didn't know what Cahexia was, that would be a problem. And rather than people being toxic about it, they would likely just disband the group without me in it, and then recreate it. And that's usually the way that the community goes, because of the policies that are in place. People would more often than not rather not be confrontational these days, which I think in some ways can be slightly worse in certain occasions, because sometimes you just sat there wondering what you've done wrong. But yeah, I want to go this way, don't I? That one goes that way. No, it's fine. Look, this is fine. Oh yeah. Oh no, my music. Come back. Back to using the blocks of wood as instruments again. Hey Fenway, how's it going? Morning from a different platform and a different country. How are things in Crocodile Land today? Lord Volfre. I'll keep that in mind. On a more positive note, what level of weapons are coming out in 6.3? Oof, we don't know. That's a guess. Higher than they currently are. does that help? It's like the least useful piece of information that I've given. At least one more high level. No, in retrospect, it should be what? Maybe 620? Maybe 620? I don't know. Me, I know nothing. I cannot remember what the scaling was like with the previous weapons. The Atomos mechanic amuses you. You can see them iterating with it from Labyrinth to World of Darkness to finally Weeping City. Okay, we put the pads close enough and you can attack. Now, is the mechanic okay? Ah, dear. You should get the augment for the crafted gear. Oh, you mean, yeah, that should happen with the new crafting update. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we should also have access to the first tier's upgrade materials as well, right? Oh, sorry. The second tier's upgrade materials. From Aglaya coins and the new Alliance raid. Or will that be when the third Alliance raid comes out? I forget, honestly. It's been a year. Tentacles? Is there 10 exactly of them? Oh yeah, on the memes channel, yeah. Oh yeah, if people want to contact me or be in contact with me and Twitter does end up going under, as people suspect it will, I'm sure Fran or somebody after this will find a link to the Discord, or Miss Loot maybe, because we have a little Discord. There should be a link in the description of this live stream actually, but I don't know if that works anymore. I forgot. But yeah, the whole Twitter thing is a mess, man. There we go. Thank you. How do I pick a main to go after the relic weapons and raiding? I'm 2 jobs away from all 90 and have no idea. Let's break that down. So how do I pick a main to go after relic weapons? A main to go after relic weapons and raiding. Do you mean like... what, you want to play as a main based on weapons? Or... sorry, my brain's having a bit of a problem there. I don't know why. Yeah, the Discord's awesome. Need to do more stuff with the Discord, honestly. I think he's saying that he wants to pick a job to max out the relic weapon on. Okay, well, what's your favorite playstyle? And I mean, the only way you're gonna know what your favorite job is probably is based on your playstyle and if you've tried them all, right? That's the advantage of Final Fantasy XIV, is that you can access them all on one character, whereas in something like WoW you can't do that. So definitely make the most out of the testing capabilities. Or be really, 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 really bad at making decisions like me and then choose to get all of the relic weapons. And then you're fine, right? Because every time you feel like changing, it's like, oh, well, I'm glad I did that weapon. No, the top tip is do not do what I do. Oh, you mean more regarding the effort involved at going after relics and trading? I mean, the game's not going anywhere. When it comes to effort, you can accomplish anything you want in this game over as long of a period of time as you want, right? So don't feel like you're missing out, especially on this new relic, right? Because this new relic isn't gated by things like time, more so than others. So previously we had resistance weapons and Eureka weapons, right? And with those weapons, you were more restricted to the popularity of the content, right? For the field instances and people doing the content. So it made sense to do it then and there because of the popularity and getting it done quicker. However, with this relic at least, or at least the first part of it, that's no longer a problem, because all we need to do is get 1,500 of these astronomy. And Yoshi P has said before, recently, about this new relic, that the subsequent phases should be, technically, unless they're going back on it, should be contained within the open world, which means that there should at least be multiple ways of accomplishing all of the other stages outside of any kind of instance content that they add. So the you know, a light stage may be introduced. Is always usually the best way of doing a light stage, but there are usually lots of ways of doing that, right? So I think the thing I'm trying to say is take it at your own pace, and your decisions sort of form around what you like playing, you know? In terms of raiding, if I'm understanding this correct, raiding, it depends how seriously you want to raid. Yo, do you guys want to do some more stuff? Do like a normal raids? Because that gives you like 60. I'm just going to queue, and if you don't want to do something, just say no. Oh, fates. Yeah, you see, open world stuff does include fates, yeah. Hey, no. Hi, I'm a new player and starting a warrior, but I've kind of found it boring. Would you recommend any other classes for me to level up? So you naturally went towards a tank. So bearing that in mind, I will base my answer. Oh, Kefka, interesting. I'll base my answer based on the fact that you chose a tank. I would say, in terms of simplicity, a lot of the tanks follow the same kind of route of difficulty. Warrior is probably one of the more simplified, but quite fun feeling, sort of tactile feeling. I would recommend to you probably Gunbreaker or Dark Knight. It depends what kind of, power you want to feel. Like, do you want to feel like you're doing more damage, or do you want to feel like you're taking no damage at all, or what kind of? But yeah, Warrior is certainly one of the more simple, I would say, simplified tanks to play at an average level of ability, if that makes sense. So like, it doesn't take much effort to be good, is what I'm saying. Now to master it, yeah, okay, it takes a lot more skill. And you'll find that across the board there are some that lean closer to that means go in because it's a question mark, by the way. They'll lean either way. If you want a real challenge though, and you don't mind playing DPS, I can recommend Ninja and Monk to you, both of which I believe are some of the highest skill ceilings in the game. If you want to really work for what you do. And you get rewarded quite nicely with high amounts of damage, but you get penalized for being sloppy. So it depends how much of a challenge you want, or what you deem as boring. A lot of people that come to Final Fantasy XIV start off with the opinion that the classes are quite boring in their because they're not used to the global cooldown, which is much bigger than in, let's say, World of Warcraft or insert MMO RPG here. But once you get used to that, and you start to realize that not only have you got to do said rotations, but you also have an advancing layer of mechanics building up over time, depending on what fights you're going on, harder and harder fights, especially when it comes to Savage content. The more you realize that the difficulty lies in not just the rotation that you do and your role, but also the complex mechanics that you have to execute within quite a high amount of precision. So it really depends on two things. Where have you been playing Warrior? Do you like only tanks? Do you find that just the skills in the game are what gives you the boring sensation? Or I'll read a reply in a second. I'm just making sure that we don't die to Ultima. Kefka is still requiring a little bit of my attention. Let's see. Cool, thank you. Once I get to that point in the game, I think I'll unlock those. Absolutely. Like I say, the best thing about this game, 100%, than every other MMO, and every other time I play another MMORPG, I always miss it, and that's the ability to play every class on one character. It's something we take for granted, and it is such a cool thing to do. It's like, oh, well, let's try out Ninja. Is that something I like? No, I don't like Ninja, but at least I have it anyway, just permanently there if I want it. It's quite good. It's quite good. It's a source of freedom that usually you don't get. Usually MMORPGs try to sell you character slots, right? so that you're having to pay money to try things out, whereas this game has not got that, thankfully. As much as people like to moan about the cash shop in this game, even though it is very much cosmetic based, apart from stuff like boosts, it doesn't have stuff like, you know, it could be a lot worse. You want an example of a bad cash shop, you go look at Star Wars, that MMO. That's in a bad way. Very bad. What's that? You want this square of bag space? Pay me money. What's this? You want to earn more experience than this per day? Pay me money. Like, no. Slight tangent there, but yeah. Warrior is fun as heck for you? Oh yeah, like Warrior can be a lot of fun. Craig says, I main that all day. I used to main a black mage, but it was tricky as hell on timing. I was constantly having to plan my ley lines and teleports between lines. That's another good one. Black mage might not necessarily have the most complex of rotations these days. However, the execution relying on you being static in terms of movement for a lot of the uptime, maintaining high amounts of damage on a black mage yet being in a place where you're not going to die all the time is a very difficult thing indeed. It cannot be understated. The skill ceiling for being a good black mage and not dying is a lot more difficult than it seems. Personally, I like playing healers a lot, but when it comes to DPS, I like nice and simple things, because after you deal with Savage as a healer, you just want something very simple to do. So I play jobs like Summoner, for example. Quite simple rotations. Hard to master. I'm nowhere near a master on anything I play. Don't worry about that. I have literally no ego, don't worry. I'm terrible at everything. But I enjoy doing what I do. Oh, I can nearly get one of the meteorites. It's a good game. It's addictive. Let's see. We have trials. We can do trials. We can do quick trials. Sexy little trials. Yeah. Maybe. The whole warrior aesthetic is head empty, me smash. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Oh no, God, limitless blue. Ah. I shouldn't complain, but this place, it just takes too long. Don't like it. You want to work hard, get good at black mage. It's some crazy damage, but you're going to have to master so many combos. It's more of doing all of that and being able to move somehow is the difficulty, isn't it? No says, I've seen Monk and Ninja. They look quite fun. I also unlocked a Lancer and Thaumaturge. Yeah, so Thaumaturge turns into a Black Mage, and Lancer turns into Dragoon eventually. Dragoon is one of my favorite melee jobs in the game. It's awesome. A lot of people say it's not where it needs to be, but I quite like it. It's the most fun I've had on Dragoon. Is Endwalker Dragoon, so... because it's dependent. Yeah, Monk and Ninja are fun. They're just, I find them quite difficult to play. I don't have the mindset for combos and remembering the combos, and it's just too much for my brain to handle, as well as doing mechanics. If I had no mechanics to do in any fight ever, then I'd be able to probably do it, but it's for people who are far more skilled than I to comprehend. I'm a simple cat. I like things nice and simple. Yeah, man, it really is fun. This album's growing on me the more we listen to it. Reaper is your favorite? I really can't get behind Reaper much. It just, I don't know, maybe it's more of the same. Maybe I'm just terrible at uptime. Don't get me wrong, it feels cool to like smack things in the face with a massive scythe, but I don't really get it that much. Not my cup of tea, I suppose. But you know, when you have 19 jobs in the game, we don't count Blue Mage, by the way. When you have 19 combats at endgame ready jobs, you know, you're bound to have strengths and weaknesses and likes and dislikes. Like, I'm not a fan of Machinist, but I'm sure there's plenty of people in chat that love Machinist. And probably plenty of people that are very angry about Machinist changes. I can imagine. And then there are people who love Samurai or loved Samurai until they took Kaiten from them. You know? So jobs are always changing. So what I disliked yesterday might be something I love tomorrow. And that's a really good thing, because it means that the game is never going to be that stagnant. You're always going to have some surprises. Like, I didn't like Warrior in Shadowbringers. I thought it was meh. But I really like it again now, so... Like, I didn't like Dragoon previously, and now I really like it. It's weird. And you as a player as well, you know, you will start to develop an appreciation for different styles of gameplay the longer you spend, right? Yo, Miss Loot, thank you for the generosity, gifting 5 memberships, which are like subscriptions on YouTube, but they're called memberships. Thank you very much. And that's going to be going off for a few moments, saying member. Gigablazer! Oh, nice! Thank you very much, Miss Lee. That's very nice of you. I appreciate your generosity. Who stole your spacebar? Orlando Fonseca, Timothy, and Stephen. Thank you. Awesome. Enjoy your emotes and things. Courtesy of Miss Loot. A lovely bean. Hey. Ah! The lightning damage. Is this thing not dead yet? But yeah, welcome on in. We have some like emotes and bits and pieces on here. There should be some other perks and things as well. We're trying to explore what we can do with them. But obviously with memberships as well, technically you would have access to member-only videos, which I'm thinking about maybe doing some of those. Just little behind-the-scenes things. Wow, that guy just jumped off. He's like, I'm done with this instance. Don't blame you. Daily resets in 7 minutes. Nice! What can we do in 7 minutes? Probably like... We could get really lucky with like Ifrit. Or something. Come on, be something really, 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 really quick. Fingers crossed. Please be something we can do in 7 minutes. Sugar. You know what? Can we... No, it's going to be 12 minutes, isn't it? Gee. My miscalculations. Sometimes, though, I've queued and it's just given me Ifrit. And it's been like a 5-minute job. Oh, I have no AoEs. This is going to be... I queued on the wrong job for this. I don't have an AoE ability. Oh, I don't get... Oh, man. Pain. A speed run. with no abilities, it's going to be interesting. Who takes a Sage? Oh, I could have brought White Mage, and I would have had an AoE at this level. Bottoms. You can't gift specific people? Really? Huh. Wow, I don't even have Eucrasia. Oh man, I forget what you have. I don't really do low level stuff that often, to be honest. This feels really bad though. I can't do dots, I can't AoE. Ah, that's just sad, isn't it? I was hoping it was going to be something nice and quick. I was lied to. The game lied to me. Didn't even tick one of those boxes either. Easy E3, yeah. As a former samurai main second now, was Kaiten really that fun as an extra button press? I mean, you'll have to ask the samurais, but it was kind of just... I don't think it was that it was like an extra like fun. It was more of I think most people are kind of sad about the homogenization of jobs, because we all know it's going to happen. By homogenization, I mean it started with stuff like Enochian being baked in on Black Mage and stuff like that. It's a sign of things to come, more of than just all about Kaiten, I think. That's the worry that a lot of people have. So it sounds like just an extra button to press, but you underestimate how exciting it is to have more control over what you're doing. Like, look at Summoner. I mean, I personally like Summoner how it is, but a lot of people prefer it how it used to be. And it's hard to argue with that, with the whole homogenization thing. Now, it could be that, you know, people are arguing it makes room for other abilities that they add, and it's totally fine. But is it really going to be the case? It felt good. Yeah. It did look cool as well. You know the worst thing about it as well, though, that you might not know if you don't do PvP? Kaiten exists as a different ability in PvP. That's the real kick in the pants that people are sad about. Because it's like, what? They're just haunted every time they go into crystalline conflict. Hey, Jere, how you doing? Also, more buttons on the gamepad is pain. Yeah. I can understand that. Trust me, I'm not going to be a PC snob and look down upon console players at all. I understand. But you do have a lot of space on controller. Like, Fran is the person who taught me how to properly set up a controller for Final Fantasy, because I wasn't even aware that you could do what you can do with a cross hotbar, and then you hold one button, press another, and you've got another menu. You can do that, what, like 3 times? You got the left side, right side, and then the full left and right side together, and then you've got the other buttons. You can fit a lot onto a PlayStation controller. A lot. More than I ever imagined. Wait, you can do what? Yeah, so you can have it so that if you like pull the left trigger. Yeah, so if you do left trigger to right trigger in that order, it brings up one list. If you do right trigger to left trigger, it brings up another list. And if you press both together, it brings up another list. Oh, I know, but that's 3 sets of button configs at based on what button you press first. That's pretty amazing. So as much as, you know, old me would probably be like sneering right now, going, huh, good luck fitting that many buttons on your controller. Now I'm like, oh, holy shit, that's been there all this time. Okay, now I understand why a lot of the world first raiders use controllers, because holy moly, that's quite simple. Console players can use keyboard and mouse as well. Yeah. But when I started dating Fran in real life, my girlfriend, she's a console player, and it blew my mind when she showed me what she can do with it. I'm like, what? You can how? And then it changed the way I played when I was on my PlayStation. So I started to play more and more when I was, because we've got a PlayStation in the bedroom, right? So whenever I don't want to play on my PC, I want to sit in bed, I'll go and play on controller now, and I have no problems because it's all there. Impressive stuff. I think a lot of the problem with Final Fantasy XIV and the controller stuff is that it doesn't necessarily tell you this stuff's possible. That's the biggest argument I have with 14 as a whole. The new player experience is okay, but it's not good. It's not a great system. The tooltips are, for the most part, half done. The Hall of the Novice isn't really that helpful. At least it tries, but yeah, there's a lot of tips and tricks and very simple things that they should teach you. This whole time I was desperately scrolling between list 1 and 2 and ignoring the emote bar, trying to cram everything onto 2 hotbars. Are you kidding me? Have we blown your mind? Oh no. Oh no. That's a good thing though. I'm glad. But yeah, you can hold one like left trigger and then press right trigger, and then yeah, you go into custom menu. If you want, I can get Fran to come over here and explain it to you after this dungeon. If you like. We can do that. Because Fran knows more about this than I, obviously. You need to figure out or find something that teaches you what... Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are people who do controller guides on YouTube. But is YouTube really the answer for something that should be... You know what I mean? I feel that the game itself should do a better job of telling you this stuff. The first thing you see when you log in, and it tells you what control group would you like. It should be exactly there that it teaches you that you can set things to like assigned groups. All right, cool. I'll do you a solid. Fran will come over here and we'll talk about it. I'll even pause the music so you can hear her.
Let's go in my menu.
That's fine. You do the talking. I'll do the actions.
What one is it under?
Don't know, but the microphone's here, not there.
Hang on, I'm trying to find it.
Ah! Oh, my PlayStation controller's hissing at me.
Oh my god.
That's interesting.
Okay.
PS5 controllers.
Hello everyone.
Here's Fran.
Move that a bit. So you want to go into character configuration, and on the left hand side go down to...
Oh, hold on. Character configuration.
Oh, okay. That's better. If you go to the hotbar settings down on the left hand side, that one, yeah. And then you go to custom at the top. And then you see how I've set his up. So on the top you need to, I think you might have to tick that box in the beginning. It says enable expanded controls. And then you want to do what I put, click left 2 and R2 for the left second hotbar, because you can scroll down and change which hotbar you want. And then vice versa with the right one. And that will be a quicker toggle between the second hotbar and yeah. Yeah. So it's a lot easier that way. I mean,
the controller's really not liking this for some reason.
Don't, that sounds like it's gonna explode. Don't turn it off. Unplug it.
No, it's fine. But you see what she's saying here. Like so I pressed L2, then I press R2, and then I have access to those abilities. If I press R2 and then press L2, I have access to those abilities. And then if I press both of them, I have access to those abilities. And then I have.
It's his controller, Mary. It's
So PlayStation 5 controllers, for some reason, when I have them plugged in my PC, the speaker thing just goes like
mental.
It's about to explode. Yeah. But yeah, thanks, Fran.
But shout out to RPG Lumi, my sister, who taught me how to do that. So it's really her, not me.
Yeah. Things you never knew were in Final Fantasy XIV that they should teach you at the start. One of many things. I think you'll agree. See, Fran can do more than just sneeze on my streams, chat. There is a lovely person behind the sneezes. You never get to hear her, bless her. Oh, dear. Yeah, you heard the noise, right? Do you want to hear it again? How horrible it is. This is why I don't plug controllers in that much. Listen to this. All right, this is just a normal USB-C. Like, what is that noise? Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It scares me though. So I'm just going to unplug that. And it doesn't do it all the time. It just does it whenever I'm doing something important. Yeah. Bish bash bosh. Right, we're going to do some reset stuff now. So if there's anyone else that wants to join for Alliance Raid, we're going to do that. Maybe Morgana would like to join for that. Maybe you want some astronomy. Anybody else want to join? Be in the game. We're on Chaos Data Center. Poke me. And if you're around, I'll invite your ass. And then we'll go and we'll do some stuff together. You can join. Poke me. Wait. Digga, why do we not have actions on? Everyone can turn them on. Do people not realize in the FC that they can use... never mind. Alright, Void Flare. Gotcha. It's alright, Giga. It's fine. It only took me like 4 months to realize that your character's name and your online names and match them together. I finally learned. You'll join? Excellent. Yeah, Cammy was in chat earlier. Fran. Probably still is. Where's Cammy? Where are you? There's a rare Camille. So for someone that's a lovely bean in our community, this person, right? Just putting you on the spot. They're probably one of the most helpful people on Chaos, or at least on my server. If ever you want to ever do anything, they will help you with it. Lovely person. Absolutely lovely. Just pointing you out there. Has to be said. Right, we all good? Did I miss anybody? If I've missed someone, just slap me. Just be like, Meoni, you missed me. Stop it. Oh yeah, those resistance daggers. They still remind me of lime, like lime juice or something. I love them. I kind of want to lick them. Not the character, the weapons. But I got doted. Do you reckon they taste like lime? I think they taste like lime. Like lime, like hard candy or something. Oh, Sprite daggers. Oh my goodness. Shadowbringer's relic, yeah. Resistance weapon. Camille, the celebrity herself. Excelente. Oh dear. Right, let's do this thing before people get antsy. Boop. I wonder what we'll get. Key lime pie. Do I like key lime pie? Is key lime pie the stuff that has like way too much cream on it? What am I thinking of? I don't like my pies with too much cream on them. Is that weird? I mean, partially because I'm like partially lactose intolerant. Partially. I can take some cream, but too much and it's just like bad days. What are you laughing at? I don't like too much cream on my pie, no. Shut up, Fran. She's being dirty. It's YouTube. You're not allowed to be dirty here. That's a Twitch mentality. You can't have YouTube dirtiness. Get out of here. You loved whipped cream. You're not helping. You're not helping the situation. I can't answer that, Morgana. They'll cancel me. Oh dear. It's a good job this isn't a face cam stream because my face has just gone bright red. I feel the veins just going brrr, like a kettle on a stove. Oh dear. What's this? Oh, you clipped it. Oh no. Oh well. We don't have many clips on YouTube actually. I'm curious to see how they work. We could probably make shorts out of them. Cool. I like shorts. I just never know what to do as a short. Oh dear. Who was it I was watching the other day that decided to just like clip parts of a podcast and put naked women behind it? And they thought that was acceptable on YouTube as a short. And I'm just like, what? What on earth? Can't remember who it was now. Oh dear. The Emeliance was good. I loved doing that. For some reason, I had the greatest satisfaction of dressing Emeliance up as many times as I could. And I don't even have a thing for Ellison. You know? Still listen to that one, yeah. When you clip it, it pauses the stream for you. Ah. Oh yeah, I fantasied so I could do that. I nearly said I fantasied so I could do Emeliance. Nope. Nope. Didn't say it. I fantasied so I could bring on the appearance of Emeliance Levier. And wink. Yes. I need to do more machinima stuff. It's a lot of fun. I had some ideas the other day, but I might need help from lots of people. So I might try and do a recording thing with multiple people at some point. And I don't want to give away any details yet because, yeah, I don't. But I have a really cool idea, or at least a really terrible idea that I think is cool and probably isn't. So, yeah, I'll let you know about that soon. We'll see if we can get some of the pipples, some of the usual faces in there. I want to see if I can get some other content creators in on that as well for an idea. But yeah, 14's content creation thing is not very, how do I put this? Trying to do a collaboration with other people that are well established on YouTube for Final Fantasy XIV is almost impossible. Almost. It is very difficult. So, yeah. I find it very difficult. But yeah, I hope everyone's well today. Just farming a bit of astronomy, trying to finish off, or at least get started on another weapon. We finished the Gunbreaker weapon, so I believe this will be the 11th weapon, if I can get it completed. out of 19. Our ongoing goal to try and get them all before 6.3, which should be possible if I put my time and energy into it. Yeah, we were talking about 6.3 earlier, and I kind of just segued onto a million other things that weren't 6.3. Oh dear. So what do people think about PvP then right now? Are people doing a lot of PvP? I know I haven't touched this season at all, like the ranked at all this season. I'm looking forward to the next series, but one of the things I'm looking forward to most with PvP is the new map. The indoor kind of like marketplace thingy in Kagane with the fella that I can't remember his name that throws the Koban everywhere from Kagane Castle. That map looks so cool. Japanese IKEA. I like that. That's how I'm going to see that forevermore now. You realize that? You've just destroyed crystalline conflict for me. Japanese IKEA. Would they still have meatballs though, or would they have takoyaki? I would hope that they'd have takoyaki. Takoyaki is like, oh, if you've never had octopus balls, tasty. I suppose that came out wrong as well. You know what I mean. You need to do more PvP, but you're lazy. To be fair, though, there's a lot to do in the game. Octopi balls. You only got a mountain, that's it? This season? No, I mean, it's fun and all, but yeah, you see the repetition, Nick, for Google, is the thing that kills it for me, because I know that it's just going to be another adventurer frame that I've already got with I can't edit in here, with like another Roman numeral on the top. So it's like, even if I got back to, let's say I did gold again, like gold rank this season, which is not hard to do, just time investment, then it would have a number 3 on it. Wow. You know? So it doesn't actually interest me as much as it should. And I think that's the big thing that's affecting the queues as well. Once people have got like the high rank sort of, if they get crystal in the first rank season, it's very unlikely they can be bothered to do crystal in the next 2 ranks seasons. Do they really want a Roman numeral next to every frame? And that's the only change. Now, on the flip side, you could argue that it's better that those are the rewards than them having access to unique stuff like mounts. But I still think there's a happy medium to be acquired from that. Whereas instead of locking the top 100 players to a mount or whatever and everybody getting salty about it, and keep the mounts and the cool stuff into the series stuff, the stuff we do as casual players, right? The series milestone stuff, do that, keep that the way it is. But for the ranked stuff, there needs to be something more than just a Roman numeral next to the ranking on your adventurer play. It's not enough. So I'm kind of terrified of what they might do if they revert the whole process to giving the top like 100 players a mount again. It's going to be sad. Some people might disagree with me there, but I feel that it promotes a lot more win trading than anything else if they do that. Whereas whilst win trading still exists, it's a lot less prevalent simply because the rewards are less worth it, if that makes sense. So the only people doing the top 100 spots in PvP are the people who want to actually do the top 100 spots in PvP, rather than just people win trading because they want a mount or whatever. So it's a very difficult balance to kind of achieve, and I don't know how they're going to do it without some real innovation. I walked into that. I'm an idiot. This is the new lo-fi music, yes. I think I've still got it in my clipboard if you want a link. There you go. Good job that was in my clipboard and not something else. So you just start playing as a bun. All right, Blake. Let's see. Instead of hats, do you think they could add hairstyles as a hat option? Like traditional white mage and black mage hats, I feel that would actually be the way around it. So what you're proposing, if I get this correct, is the answer to not having that much headwear for a Viera, instead of to simply just toggle those things on and allow them to work with clipping, which would be the easy option, the suggestion would be to make hats assigned to like a hair, like special hairstyles. So like, you know how you have the like Fran's helm, for example, is built into a hairstyle already. That's a possible option. But what's more time constraining, creating a brand new hairstyle that has a hat built into it from scratch, or them just ticking a box on a hat? Like, surely it would be simple. I mean, would we accept the clipping? Yes, I think we would. I feel bad for Viera because it does seem like an aesthetic decision more than a decision that they, you know, it's that they don't want to, not that they can't, I think. I know that sounds really bad, but I think that is the case. I think aesthetically, Square Enix might be too concerned about clipping being something to represent the Viera, when in reality clipping happens with pretty much every hairstyle in the game and every hat, like, you know, because of how many different pieces of glamour we have anyway. There's stuff that clips through this hairstyle. There's stuff that clips through your character nearly being bald, you know, like the short spiky hairstyles for females that you can choose. Clips wildly. Some of the newest stuff. So it's a really mute argument, I think. So would I rather have specialist hairstyles developed? Probably not. Because I think that would probably take more development time, right? Than just simply, you know, allowing some of these hairstyles to look a little bit dodgy, but ticking a box. I mean, some of the stuff that was developed more recently to work on Viera, some of it looks awful. I mean, we had horrible bugs for the longest time where patches of hair weren't present with some of the hairstyles. It was a problem, but it was a choice you could make if you wanted that hairstyle, you know? So I think, warts and all, they should just let us have access to just more things. I don't think at the end of the day people really care too much about clipping. And I don't think they themselves care that much about clipping either, because otherwise it would have been a much higher priority on new outfits. Like a lot of the cash shop items that come out, you know, with brand new hairstyles that have been added to the game in Endwalker, like short hairstyles, it just clips with everything, which I'm fine with, you know? It looks weird, but it's fine. So it feels to me like one rule for one thing and one rule for another, even though the same outcome, basically. Like the hat thing is a really strong topic as well. What are the odds of a Garlean being added as a race next expansion? As a race? I don't think they're adding any more races to the game. And certainly not, if they do, it certainly wouldn't be 7.0. I don't think. I could probably put quite a bit of money on that bet and be right about it, I think. They have mentioned that they didn't want to develop any more races anytime soon. At least. I think with 7.0, when it comes to like ideas like new races, they've already got enough on their plate with the character redesign, you know, like with a graphical update. You know, bear in mind they're going to have to go over what races there are in the game and add higher resolution versions of all of those, and then sort out the gear and bring all that up to, you know, to scratch, to work with the new models. They also have to add female Hrothgar soon, which still hasn't been added, which is most likely a 7.0 feature now. They've got a lot to do, an unbelievable amount, I would say. Clipping makes you gag? There's just so much of it though, already. It's... I think after a certain amount of time you don't care anymore. Because you're just like, well, I could have this really cool looking long hairstyle if they'd allow for clipping, you know. I would love to have hairstyles that are, you know, prevalent with a lot of the characters we have in the game, be it the NPCs, like Hilda's hairstyle and, you know, other characters. Will we ever get those? Probably not. Yeah, but female Hrothgar should be next on the list, and who knows what that's going to look like. Why would you want to cover those beautiful bunny ears? Not necessarily cover them, but like cut 2 holes in the top hat and make the ears stick out. I quite like that idea. You know? Allow them to clip through a bit. Yeah, Garleans can't use magic, that's right. It'd be ceruleum powered people. I don't know. Magitech engineering. Oh yeah, they should put a robot race in the game. Yeah, let's go full robot. To be fair though, I'm kind of worried about the potentiality of any kinds of races like that they could add in the future, because of recently I've been playing a little bit of World of Warcraft. I wanted to see what a Drakthir looked like, and yeah, that put me off the idea of bestial races for the rest of my life. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but the customization options and the lack of gear is astonishing with that new race in WoW. The only thing you can see is shoulders, maybe 1 or 2 headpieces, and belts. The rest of the gear is turned off on the Drakthir. Like, oh dear. It's not even that though, Kaio. It's that people complain about Viera's not having hats in this game. You're going to see a lot of players in WoW suddenly go, yeah, we can't wear helms, chest pieces, gloves, legs, or feet pieces. Yay, got delivered. Our Pokemon delivery has arrived, by the way. We got both Scarlet and Violet. Apparently the game is basically a lag fest, so I'm looking forward to trying that out later. Hopefully it's not as bad as all of the videos I've seen show it to be. Is this the timer thing? Oh, I don't remember Voidwalker, to be honest. I wouldn't worry about it. It'll probably be dead by the time we figure anything out anyway. The Laporit race? As long as you can equip gear which they can, right, visually, then yes, I'm in. If I could be a Leporit, would I? What would I call myself? Meoning Way? Sounds like Moaning Way, doesn't it? I suppose that'd be my name now, Moaning Way. Oh yeah, this is the thing with the timer. I forgot about that. Oh man. Why does it feel like we're doing P7S again? Lighting Way. Well, Fran would be the easy one because she'd be Crisping Way or Sneezing Way. One of the two. Nomming Way. Nomming Way, though? YouTube content producing way. In that regard, this week I'd be called Slacking Way, so... I've been very slack this week. I'll make it up next week. I was a little bit burnt, so I took a little bit of a break. I hope you don't mind. But I am in full love of the game again. So it only takes me like 2 days of not playing 14 to be fully addicted to it again, and that it feels good. There are so many other games I would burn out way quicker and for longer periods than this. Yeah, breaks always feel good. I don't know if they're always necessarily good. They always feel good. And I never used to take them, so it's felt good this week, honestly. I feel a lot better mentally, you know. Which is kind of important, I suppose. Can't wait for 6.3. It's going to be so cool. Can you guys believe that it's nearly Christmas already? Like, what? It's going to be December the 2nd soon. The reason I say that is because Crisis Core. Do you realize that Crisis Core remake comes out soon? Can you believe that? I noticed that they're having a special party that you can buy tickets for to go in London. I was notified that if I wanted to buy tickets, I could go, and there's like a launch event in a bar. I was very tempted, but it's in London and I'm busy that week, so yeah. Can't wait to play that game though. It's going to be awesome. And it's going to be fully voice acted. So they've voice acted even the stuff that never used to be voice acted with Crisis Core as well. Very, very hype. Very hype. Oh, I accidentally petrified the tank because he was facing that way. My bad. That's the Gact game? I mean, Gact may be involved, I guess. Very excited to hear Gongaga. 6.3 will have new crafted gear for Disciple Hand and Land. Will there new be script gear as well? You would hope so, wouldn't you? You would hope so. Especially considering the new, what do you call it? Sky Builder stuff, basically. Not Sky Builder, you know what I mean. Sky Steel Tool type relic weapon thing as well. It would make sense for them to do script gear as well. Yeah, I think. Just a hypothesis, though. Just a guess. There's a face actor for Genesis. Okay, cool. I mean, it's Crisis Core. I like Crisis Core. I don't know any of the politics behind this stuff. I don't really care. I will say I'm looking forward to it though, because it is one of the best portable RPGs I've played. And it's going to be fun to play it on Steam Deck without having to emulate it. So that's going to be good. Right, what else have we got? We have trials. Let's do a quick trials. Boop. Just going to drag Camille through this, whether they like it or not. Oh dear. You gonna play it on your Steam Deck? Excellent choice, excellent choice. What relic am I working on? We're working on, due to popular demand. Oh shit, not again. We're working on Reaper. Chat voted. It was between Reaper and Dancer, so we're doing Reaper at the moment. For Endwalker. Thank you for Limitless Blue. I'm sorry, Camille. You love Limitless Blue. It's your favorite place in the game, right? Isn't that right? That's what I heard. Yeah. I mean, it could have been worse, right? We could have been Sephiroth or something. And then there'll be just me and you alive at the end of it. Oh dear. Or Sophia. Actually, Sophia's more fun than this. You have limitless hate for this place. Wow. That's a lot of hatred. You've never played Crisis Core? Well, it is the best possible chance to do so. I cannot wait to play that. It's going to be so good. The downtime mechanics. Yeah. I suppose that's one of the reasons people don't like this, is because of the waiting. Because you're not actually fighting the boss, you're just fighting an island and a meter by killing ads. Yeah, it's kind of meh. It does have some good music though, if we had it turned on, I think. Yo, Sun Rugon, thank you very much for watching the videos. I appreciate that. And that goes to everybody. Thank you for keeping me afloat these last few years. I really do appreciate it. Seeing all of the thumbs up and the comments and all the positivity makes the whole thing worth it. I don't get to say it enough. I'm very grateful for the situation that you have given me. You know, we hit 100k subs this year, and I never thought that was going to be possible, to be perfectly honest with you. Not for my little channel, so thank you. And yeah, the only way is up, right? You want a remake of Dirge of Cerberus? Yeah. See, the thing is with Dirge of Cerberus is it's good. I like it, but the storyline still makes my head just confused. Like, if you actually sit there and try to give a synopsis of that game, it's hard. Let's put it that way. The best way to summarize that game is man shoots things with gun. Don't think about the rest. Yeah, it's always nice to see people so hyped about the game as much as I am, you know. So yes. Any chance they change / improve / retcon anything that remake story wise? Final Fantasy's story became too convoluted for you. Well, like so as far as I understand, it is a one-to-one recreation of the original Crisis Core storyline. So I don't think they're gonna retcon any of the stuff in this particular release. So unlike Remake, which was completely changed story-wise, this should be a one-to-one replication of Crisis Core. Should. Now, will they have extra stuff? Maybe there'll be extras, but it'll be additions rather than subtractions from the game, right? Thank you so much, Camille, and everyone else for joining. I appreciate that. I won't drag you through anymore. Oh dear. Right, we've got stuff to do, but we need lesser people now, so we're gonna probably remake the group, or just if a couple of you want to step out or whatever. But how are we doing on we got enough? We're nearly 1,000. Getting there, and I've got plenty of second chance tokens as well, so I could technically get another 500 astronomy. Yeah, maybe. Okay. All right, we've suddenly got 4 people, so are the 4 that are here happy to continue doing a couple of bits? If possible. Again, like, you know, we can switch things up whenever. Ooh, repair button, good idea. You didn't play Remake, but it sounds like they're taking it to some crazy paths. Rebirth, which is going to be the next part of the remake for 7, from what I can tell, could be anything now. They look like they're going in a completely who knows direction. The only thing I'm concerned about is the open world. I really can't wait to see how they're going to deal with that, or if they completely just don't have an open world. Because the thing is with 7 is that, you know, you had that first part just completely contained within, you know, Midgar, and that's fine. But once you had the world map, the game felt like a proper open world RPG. Are they going to have an open world? Or is it just going to be the next chapter and suddenly we're in Costa del Sol or Juno or whatever? Or will we even go to those places? Will we even go to Juno? Will we even go to Calm? Like the village of Calm? Will we have the Chocobo breeding minigame? These are things that need to be answered, and depending on their answer is how I feel about the game overall. Because the Midgar section, I mean, everybody knew that it was going to be changes, but it was still pretty close to the original. You know, it was acceptable. It was fine, right? I enjoyed it. But if the game doesn't have an open world section, or at least, you know, some kind of traversal between those areas, then it's going to it's going to be strange. Like, will Rebirth have Chocobo breeding? If it doesn't, then what's the point, right? That was like the big thing. Oh, well, there's this little cave that you've got to go through, but there's a Midgar Zolom in your way, and there's no way at this current level that you're going to be able to beat that thing. So what you do is you try to make you breed a Chocobo or catch a Chocobo so that you can cross over the sand to get through there when he's looking the other way. And that was like the puzzle mechanic of that. And then you get addicted to Chocobo breeding, and instead of doing more of the storyline, you instead go around and try to make the most powerful Chocobo you probably can. And then you find loads of caves and stuff. That was like the whole emergent gameplay section of 7, but I loved. So how are they going to replace that feeling? I'm all for new things though, but if they are going to replace that gameplay, give me something decent that it's, you know, replaced with. I'm fine if they do a Final Fantasy X airship sort of traversal, where you just have a list of destinations. Like, I remember when Final Fantasy X came out and X-2, and people absolutely hated the fact that when you have the airship, it's just basically a list. Until they started to realize they didn't really need to fly the airship around the world map, you know? And then it was just as good as it was before. But if you completely take that freedom away, completely, then the game is going to be a corridor for the rest of its chapters, which I'm not sure if I like. Don't know. Obviously, these are my opinions, and I'm sure there's lots of people who think very strongly about Final Fantasy VII's remake, but at the same time, I think there's a lot of people that hope that it keeps some things from the original. Was Chocobo breeding really that fun? I would say yeah. I would say it had something for it. It wasn't too difficult, but it was more of like, oh look, there's a cave over here. What's in this? I mean, one way they could do it, I don't know if you guys have played Harvestella, but that's something I've been playing on Twitch recently quite a lot, which has an open world you can traverse and walk around, and you can dig in places and go into caves, stuff like that. It's a limited open world, but there is still an open world with stuff you can find. So if a game like Harvestella can do it, then surely Remake could, or Rebirth, sorry. Don't know. You played Crisis Core but never finished it. You had a period of you were moving. Fair enough. Well, you're going to have a great opportunity to try it out now, though. Probably the best opportunity, with all of the extra voice acting and stuff. Do we know what's going to be in 6.3 yet? Yes. Would you like a list? I can provide you with such. So Crystalline Conflict's getting a brand new map for the PvP, the small scale PvP, which is Kugane Market's indoor sections. We're getting, along with that, a various amount of other PvP changes, a new series, new season. With that comes new mounts, presumably, or a mount or glamour, one of those series rewards. With 6.3, we're getting the next part of the Alliance raid that I forget the name of, which of course is to do with the follow-up to Aglaia and the deities, let's call them. We're also getting a deep dungeon. The deep dungeon is Eureka Orthos. I remembered its name, which is, as people told me earlier in chat, potentially set underneath the Crystal Tower. And is a deep dungeon where you can level through that from level 81 to 90, as well as get lots of other rewards, presumably some glowy weapons with, you know, ether pools and all that stuff, if you've ever done those before, as well as mounts and minions. They always have those. Additionally to that, we're getting another, what I used to call Beast Tribes, the tribal quests, which eventually, probably in 6.35, I think it is, we're going to get the Laporit Crafters. They are a crafting tribe. If you're interested in that, along with the rewards that features. Island Sanctuaries being updated with lots of new buildings and creatures to capture and missions to send them on. You can now dive in A Realm Reborn underneath the Wanderer's Palace. There's also spearfishing locations there as well, new ones. So they're starting to add open world spearfishing to the game, to the old areas. We also have the treasure hunt dungeon, a new treasure hunt dungeon in 6.3 called the Shifting Gymnasium Aganon, which is, if you've ever done a treasure map dungeon before, like the Shifting Sands of whatever it was called, an Excitatron, kind of like that, where you have multiple doors and you push through those doors and get a chance of getting rare minions, barding sometimes, stuff like that. Crafting materials for a new crafted weaver set, usually, like new glamour stuff. Gold Source is getting a new Leap of Faith map. We don't know what that's going to be, but if you've seen the Leap of Faith that we've got already over the floating city of Nim, then you know what to expect. We're getting some major UI changes. Specifically, we're going to be able to tell the difference between magical, physical, and special damage on flying damage text, as well as incoming logs and stuff like that. So now you know what you got hit for, what killed you, and what type of damage it was, and what obviously you use to negate that, because some things can be completely shielded from magical or physical damage. We also have, along with that UI update, we have the ability to now dot track timers on party frames, which is a huge thing, which previously, as Square Enix admitted themselves, was locked to people who were using third-party modifications. And the argument that the community made was that they installed said modifications against terms of service because they wanted to use timers. So Square Enix's response is, now you have no excuse. We have given you to this in the game, which is a really good thing, a really positive change, a move forwards. Means that things like Cahexia will be easy to track, so you know exactly what other people's buffs and timers are. So if they're stood in the wrong place, you can adjust accordingly, vice versa. Just one of the examples that I would use. Camille, thank you so much for becoming a member. Sorry. It's Volthree. Thank you so much for the monetary surprise. I love that. Thank you very much for the support. So that's a huge thing, the party list. We made a video about that, talking about that. It's a huge deal, I think. We're also getting a new UI theme. So currently we have the dark light theme and the classic theme for our UI, which affects things like this window, which is light theme currently. It'll be blue or black, and you also have a new color. We don't know what that is yet. Every time you queue into Duty Finder, you will now have your adventurer portrait displayed in PvE content. This also applies to alliance raids as well, so it shows up to all 8 people in your party, as well as the usual 4, using the same frames that you see in Crystalline Conflict. So now you'll be able to have your incredibly totally not lewd adventurer plates shown to everybody you queue into dungeons with, which I'm sure will totally not be hilarious at all, depending on the server you play. We also have... Oh yeah, they're making it so that you can use fashion accessories with more actions. They're starting to build up that sort of stuff. Hopefully in the future they make it so you can use it in combat. Sadly for this update they have not, but you will be able to use other emotes with your umbrellas and other fashion accessories. You can cast glamour directly to your character from your retainers. That was one of the things that I made a note of that was like very, very sought after. Hopefully that links to your glamour plate system as well. That would be amazing. Imagine going to your glamour dresser and then just glamoring something from a retainer's inventory. That hasn't been confirmed, unfortunately, but you can supposedly glamour from the retainer window, which I suppose is something. But in my opinion, it should be baked into the glamour plate system. There is an ultimate, yeah, the 5th ultimate. The like 2% of players that affects, I'm sure, are very, very happy. I'm sure it's going to be very exciting, and I always like watching it. But I certainly never have the time frame required to progress on that sort of stuff. But a lot of people are hyped for that. Not me necessarily, but I like watching it. The world first race is always fun to watch. What else have we got? Updates to crafting and gathering, if I remember correctly. So we had stuff like Loads of stuff have been baked into the fish guide, including fishing locations and preferred bait, if I remember. New custom deliveries, that's right. I forgot about that. Which was apparently a bush. That the new custom delivery client we think is a bush. Either that or it's a fairy, but I hope it's a bush, the Leafman. I hope. Chili, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for becoming a member. Is that the same Chili that I know of, or is that someone else? There's a lot of chilies in this world. Either way, thank you very much. And obviously the tool enhancement stuff, so like Sky Builder tools, basically. So you'll have like your Crafter and Gatherer relics in 6.35. They should be. Hildebrand, we're getting the new weapon upgrade, so whatever the next stage of that will be. You can only guess what kind of eye level that might go up to. Probably like 620, maybe 630, I don't know. And Hildebrand storyline to go with that, which I'm sure will be amazing. Hey, Chili. It is the same Chili. And then obviously we've got the new alliance raid that I can't pronounce, which is Euthrosine. Euthrosine? It's a word. It's a thing. Myths of the Realm 2. Let's call it that. Myths of the Realm 2. We also have a new dungeon. Obviously, new MSQ, new Extreme. Oh, and a new dungeon. I remember it's called Lapis Manalis. Which, if you think about the connotations of lapis being a blue rock mineral, and Manalis meaning... Actually, I looked this up, didn't I? Hold on. Lapis Manalis. If I remember... Here we go. A lapis manalis was either of two sacred stones used in the Roman religion. One covered a gate to Hades, above the dead. Sextus Pompeius Festus called it Ostium Osi, the gate of Orcus. The other was used to make rain. This one may have no direct relationship with Menes, but is instead derived from a word manare, to flow. The two stones had the same name, however the grammarian Festus held the cover of the gate of the underworld and the rain-making stone to be two distinct stones. So if you base it on the whole mythology thing, it could essentially be the gateway to the underworld. So think about Lapis Manalis being the new storyline dungeon and the connotations to the void. That makes sense, doesn't it? The gateway to the underworld. Ah, so epic. Can you imagine you needed like 5,000 Greek currency? No. Any ideas what the ultimate might be? A lot of people are speculating that it could be Omega, which I would guess is probably the truth. It makes sense, right? But they could also have elements of the Warring Triad, perhaps. Who knows? You've said this a few times. If everyone wants to learn slide casting with a visible indicator, add an emote to your hotbar. It will become active the moment you can move during the cast. Oh, is that in relation to someone's message? Cool. Or was that a relation to me kind of just reading chat and not really playing that well? I can't multitask. I did say this before. I like to engage with the chat. The combat thing might be an issue due to the fact that fashion accessories are just hijacking the mount system. Yeah, but things can be subverted and changed and worked around, so it's a null point depending on how much effort they want to put into it. But I get you. Omega infused with the Four Lords. Oof. Oof. Omega Bahamo Lord. Okay. Bahamo. I think a lot of people have called that it's under the Crystal Tower, the new deep dungeon, because of where Eureka was based in Final Fantasy III, right? Or if you're talking about the dungeon, I have no idea. It should be the Void though, shouldn't it? Because we're still on the whole Asdaya storyline. Asdaya, sorry. Asdaya. I can't pronounce words. Certainly not dragons. You were talking about the HUD changes due to third-party stuff. I've heard folk been using a UI for it. I have absolutely no... When it comes to the third-party stuff, as a content creator, I can't, like, afford to ever install any of that stuff anyway, so my knowledge of it is non-existent. I just know what I'm told and what I read, so yeah. But either way, it makes sense for them to actually put stuff in the game that makes it so that people don't have to lean on third-party stuff, because people were using it as an excuse. Well, it's not in the game, therefore I have to download this thing. It's like, do you though? You need to edit your hotbar? Absolutely. Feel free. Honestly, a Four Lords Ultimate would be cool. That would be really cool. Yeah. Oh, my back. That would be really cool. Byakko, though, in an ultimate setting. Would you still have to fall through this? Imagine if it was Four Lords, right? Imagine you had all of the gimmicks together. So you had to play DDR whilst falling through the air. So DDR from Suzaku whilst falling through the sky, avoiding balls on Byakko. And then, and then it transitioned. No, there's pain and suffering already thinking about it. Don't give them ideas. This isn't it? Is that my game? Cool. You gonna help me finish these roulettes off at least, yeah? Cool. Thanks, babe. Appreciate that. Well, you don't know what weapon to get. Do you have a tank weapon yet? No. Get a Dark Knight one. It looks amazing. Yeah. I like it. Or Paladin. Paladin's nice. The shield's really sexy, in my opinion. Don't forget the tsunami. Oh no. So you're falling through the air after being tossed up into like space, and you're falling back to Earth. So there's like a big Aetherius below you, and you're falling whilst avoiding these balls, flying through hoops to give you, like, I don't know, some kind of power up to survive the next mechanic, because it's ultimate and they always do gimmicks like that. And then at the same time, you have to do a DDR whilst falling in a specific pattern, and then as soon as you land, you have a split second before a tsunami just washes you off and kills you. And if you didn't get the buff from going through 7 hoops in a row whilst doing DDR correctly, you wouldn't have the resistances needed to keep your feet planted from the tsunami to stop you blowing off of the platform and taking too much damage. Can you imagine that? I've just invented the worst ultimate ever. Oh dear. You ready? Awesome. I appreciate you joining for this as well, by the way. Thank you. I suppose it's beneficial to you as well, but you know, I do thank people. Don't give them ideas. Yeah. It does sound good though. But like, you go through the hoops, and if you don't have you have the 7 hoop buff plus doing the DDR movements correctly in the right place and taking no orb damage equals you get to survive the tsunami. And then straight afterwards, you're faced with Shinryu, who just decides to destroy the platform, and then you've got like another phase. And then finally it transitions into the final part of Omega. But you have electric slides on phase 2 of Omega at the same time as the stack and spread mechanics and Goodbye World. Sorry, Hello World. You know what? They could do that and it would be the most beautiful thing I'll ever see in my life, and I will never do it. Like all of the other ultimates. Triad Kafka fight would be the craziest. Triad, yeah. Oh, so yeah, but to be fair, the Kafka mechanics aren't that hard though. Like the question mark stand in. If it doesn't have one, don't stand in, sort of thing. If you had like electric slide and Kafka mechanics, however. Oof. So you've got numbers from Diamond Weapon, electric slide at basically the same time, Kafka mechanic, and then you have to fall through hoops whilst avoiding damage after being thrown into the air and doing DDR. Duo fight Kafka in X-Def. I just have for fire and ice mechanics, right? And lightning. Fire, ice, and lightning. I think it can be harder than that. You could afford to make it a lot harder than that. Forsaken to Despair. No. If you want a challenge, you do Death Harvest, Electric Slide, and Kafka mechanics at the same time. Oh, and whilst we're at it, Virus. Do Virus into Death Harvest into Electric Slide. Let's see how many people could do that. Oof. 3 of the most... Oh, and Cahexia. Let's just put Cahexia in there as well, you know, because we like to see people suffer in Party Finder. Cahexia 1 mixed with Electric Slide. And... yeah. How many relics? We're working on our 11th relic right now, which will be Reaper. And then we have 8 more to go after that. And then we should be done before 6.3. And then we'll work on the leftover anima weapons, which I have 3 left to get. And then I'll work on a Realm Reborn weapons, of which I have like 6 to get. And then we'll finish the Eureka weapons, which I believe I have 10 to get. And then we're done until the next content delivery. There's no way I'm going to get all of that done though, so that's the goal before I burn out. A wormhole, yeah. With Shinryu's deforming platforms at the same time. I kind of liked what they did with the Dragon Song Ultimate with the time-based thingy of trying to save Horshavant. I thought it was really cool, really original. I think a lot of people did. When they realized they couldn't change time, it's so sad. One hell of a thing to watch though on Twitch. Like the world race was fantastic. Obviously shout outs to Frosty TV for, you know, organizing a lot of the stuff that made that possible. It was so much fun. Whilst I don't personally take part in any like ultimate stuff, it is so much fun to watch. It really is. It's gripping. It just came to me. The next one could be Ultima. No, we've got Ultimate Weapon. No? Oh, you mean from the Alliance raid? Oh, that Ultima. Like Seraph. Ah, the High Seraph. It's an Alliance raid, though. Would they do that? I suppose they could. Don't know. It's cool to see what it will, you know, it's exciting to see what it might be, but like I say, it still only affects a very small portion of the game's population. But it is amazing to watch. Doom train, and when we get to, yeah, the fact that we didn't suplex the train was very sad. Bad times. Ghost like the Phantom train was one of the most enjoyable. Like that tier was fantastic, honestly. I really missed that tier actually. And Demon Chardnock was fun as well with the paints. I like that. That was really fun. That Savage. That whole Savage tier was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I hated Guardian. I think most people did though, so. Like, if they ever introduce Virus back in as one of the mechanics in Savage, I'm done. I can't deal with it. I understand Virus, but no one else did. So you'll understand, in the static we had at the time, we never progressed past Virus. It was like, people couldn't understand that mechanic. So now I'm sick of it. I never want to see it again ever. If ever they add that mechanic back in on a boss fight, I'm not doing the fight. Just not doing it. Really enjoy your videos. Cool to see you live here. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We're doing a bit of a short stream today, but we're trying to make streams more regular on YouTube. I mean, it sounds a little bit hypocritical because I wasn't here last week, but I promise I will do my best to be live more often. But yeah, it's good fun. I get to talk to people directly instead of waiting. Nice chill stream. We're listening to a I keep forgetting the album's name. Sanctuary's Heart, which is a album created by Masayoshi Soken and a bunch of other people like DJs and such at Square Enix, that some of which worked on the Pulse remix album, which I quite like as well. And they recently added it to the material usage license library. So if you own a copy, you're allowed to create content with it in the background. So that's streams and things. So that's nice. So I thought it would be a nice break from the game music for a bit. I will be stepping up YouTube videos again next week. This week I kind of had a bit of a break, mostly due to a slight bit of very small burnout for the game. I mean, I love the game to bits, but I needed a bit of a gap, so hopefully people understand that. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff planned for next week. It's going to be pretty busy, especially on the stream side as well. You was mistaken. You it's amazing how much everything ties with something together. Oh yeah, the hard mode version, normal version of this fight. Yeah, of this dungeon with Heavenswood. I mean, for the longest time, people thought this was a Sin Eater. You know what I mean? Because it basically looks like one. But the connotations are pretty close. Are they not? How the whole light and dark mechanic works in this game. Very interesting. Hey, Assad. Welcome on in. I hope you're well. Just working on some roulettes at the moment. But yeah, Lapis Manalis, the gateway to the underworld. Can't wait to see what that's like. And obviously we got the Leporit's tribal quest, which we talked about. So that has all kind of connotations of what we might see as rewards. Hopefully there's just a large carrot mount. If we don't get like a carrot of happiness mount, where we just sit on it between our legs, then I'll be sorely sad. I'll be very sad. Because we don't have like a love rocket mount in this game like World of Warcraft has the rocket mounts. It'd be so nice to have just a massive carrot that we ride around. I'd love that. I'm great, thank you. I'm really, really good. I'm enjoying relaxing, doing a bit of streaming and grinding some relics. Final Fantasy XIV has 7 hells. I believe there is supposed to be 7 heavens and 7 hells, yeah, and that's related to the deities, right? 7 hells, 7 heavens. Yeah. Supposedly. Which could have some connotations, I suppose, to the Alliance raid stuff, really. Is it merely Asian construct, or is it something more? Lots of questions. You want a sword from the first Hildebrand arc as a mount? Oh my god, that'd be fantastic. I never thought about that. Floating sword. Other games have done floating sword mounts as well. That would be really cool. I'm out in mall eating my dinner and going to watch Wakanda movie. Oh, cool. Let me know how it is. I never watched, I know this is probably going to be sad to some people. I never watched Black Panther. So, I don't know if that was any good or not. But hopefully the Wakanda film's fun. Kind of lost it with Marvel after a while, I'm afraid. Like after Endgame, I just kind of lost interest in the MCU. I'll tell a lie, I watched Loki, you know, the TV series. That was fun. It was great, nice. I'll have to check it out. These things are mostly all on demand now, right? So probably on Disney Plus, is it? Yeah, Loki second season. When is that going to happen? Because I'm looking forward to that as well. It was surprisingly good, but it was mostly helped by the fact that Owen Wilson is quite a good actor, I think. Wow. It's actually a really good story. Weirdly. I didn't think I would enjoy it, but I did. Pardon me. Wow. I can't do an Owen Wilson impression very well, but... Wow. I'd have to hear him again, I think. Oof, Morgana. I was a bit close to the proximity thingy. Holy moly. There's bits of you on the floor. Maybe some dust. That's all that's left after that. Holy. Oof. Explosion. Explosion. It's Morgana Magica. That's what we're witnessing right now. It's also interesting that the iconic boss... Iconic? Oh, iconic, sorry. Iconic boss from Shadowbringers was in the game since Heavensward. The iconic boss from Shadowbringers was in the game since Heavensward. You mean Elidibus, or? I think it's cool when they build up stories like that, yeah. Part of me wishes that there were still more Ascian tales to tell, but which is possible. I still think, I mean, not spoilers, but kind of speculation spoilers. I could be right, I could be wrong. I think that the whole Void thing has some Ascian character behind it still. I think. In my heart of hearts, I hope that character that everybody knows that who I'm talking about is an Ascian. I really hope, or at least a shade of one, or a sundered, or I don't know. We've got 2 more roulettes to do. If everyone's fine with doing that, it would help massively. Oh, you're going to hop out the party and eat your dinner? Okay, Morgana. Thank you very much for dropping over. I also have the potential of... What? Sorry? Someone's petting me. Oh. Oh, hello. I shall wave in return. You want to play healer? That's cool. Let's do it. Let's go. Beep boop. The current MSQ's big baddie. Yeah. In a certain armor. I don't think that's who we think it is. I think it's one of the Ascians. One of the Sundered. You asked before, but whatever happened to Heaven on High and Chill and Tea Time? Start streaming instead. Oh, so Heaven on High and Chill basically was an idea naively thinking that I'd be able to multitask whilst actually doing something complex in the game. Whereas in the end, it just ended up me getting angry at the fact that I couldn't do that. Oh, right, sorry. Okay, I'll withdraw. It's fine. That was that thing. Tea Time hasn't gone. It's just I wanted to try and rework the format because it wasn't as successful as I would wanted it to, and I wanted to kind of re-engineer that into some kind of podcast. So it's not gone, and I will have that back, but I mean, if you do, I mean, the streams are just like a great opportunity for people to just hang out and chat directly. I know they're not for everybody, and that's why you know, they're there. But if you want a tank, I can help. Nice. Thank you. We're still waiting on our friend Ovo, our scholar, at the moment. What's up with you? What you laugh? What is it? Why am I supposed to click it on stream? Oh. Oh, well, I have that hidden, so. You really enjoyed having those in the background. I will do tea time again. I just want it to be like a format that isn't crap. I want it to be structured a little bit. So the length is fine, maybe even longer. But I want to have like features in it. I want to have like sound bites in it, like small little, you know, transitions between things, topics, things that are better outlined so that people can hop around easier, time stamping, more interviews with people and things like that, different types of people on, maybe segments of discussion with other people, asking multiple people their perspectives on things and then cutting between that into the live sort of environment as recordings so that we have like multiple opinions of things. So there's a lot I want to do with it, and it's not too difficult to put together. This particular playlist is Sanctuary's Heart, which is a album you can purchase that Masayoshi Soken and other members of Square Enix worked on. Here is a link to it in chat if my chat wants to work. Is it working, my chat? There it is. A bit slow for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, I promise it'll be back, Riven. It's just, I need to make some adjustments to make it more viewable. Because I'm a little bit ashamed of it, honestly. It needs work. So does a lot of stuff on my channel, to be honest. I need to put more production value into things, so I will do my best. But yeah, like when it comes to like discussions we have or had on Tea Time, it would have been nice if I had consulted various well-known creators and then cut that into segments and then inserted that as like audio bits, like into segments when discussing it with whoever the main guest is on that stream, on that particular on that particular episode, if that makes sense. So that way we could like play off of that and then we'd share other people's opinions and ideas without having such a closed-minded approach to everything. I think that'd be more comfortable and people might get more out of it. But yeah, it's been really quite hectic recently. So I decided to have a bit of a break this week before the calm before the storm, basically. The next few weeks are going to be pretty interesting. We should see a lot more 6.3 information as well, special site stuff, lots of stuff to talk about, which is going to be good for stuff like Tea Time and other podcasty type stuff, that kind of content, discussion videos, you know, speculation. Because we're kind of running out of in-game stuff to feature and look at and show off. So we'll be on to the more nitty-gritty discussion-y part of things again. It is really nice, isn't it? As soon as it was available, I was like, oh, I'll buy it, because I liked the Pulse remix stuff. So I was like, well, even if it's slightly as good as that, then it'll be worth it. But I'm pleasantly surprised at how good the music is on this album. It's very chill. It's great for like if you were studying or if you were to grind. To have this on in the background on loop. Oh man. Which funnily enough is I think why they created it. It's literally like a chill out album. Very cool. Sorry, I was mindlessly just pressing buttons rather than waiting for the things to be in place. That's my bad. I'm just a really bad person that's impatient. I'm so sorry. I will I will wait until things are in position before I press buttons. I'm an idiot. I'm reading chat at the same time, so it's my multitasking is like non-existent. It's basically press buttons, muscle memory, most of it, and then read. The site says the T9 Craft and Gather 2. Oh, does it really? Oh, cool. Nice. Lo-fi beats to study and grind Hildi Relics to. Oh, yeah. Came out at the perfect time, to be honest. That zip noise, though. Bit weird. Square Enix music channel has a few chill mix album type things featuring music from a lot of their IPs, and they're really good. Oh, one of the ones I bought recently was it was like a chiptune compilation remix thing. I don't know the name of the album. It's got a red cover with a black mage hat on it, and it's all Final Fantasy music. And I played some of it for Fran in the car, and she was like, "That was awful." I was like, "Okay." So there are a few interesting tracks on there, and there are some really good tracks. But yeah, there's some pretty bad stuff on there as well. But yeah, I stood in the wrong place. But for the most part, they get it right, you know? Like, there's a really interesting, it's like a chill-out remix of To Zanarkand. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but it's really good. From a song that's usually always quite chill anyway, it's very impressive. Square Enix removed all of the 14 OSTs on Spotify a while back. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's sad, isn't it? I wonder why they did that. Maybe because of like the Amazon deals and stuff, because they've got Amazon and iTunes deals, haven't they? As their retailers of choice. You think the new relics will have a connection to the new deep dungeon for farming mats? Ooh, that's a good call. Maybe. Maybe as one of the options, but I don't think they'll try and contain it just in there. But yeah, you're most likely right, though. It'll probably be one of the options. Considering what they did with the resistance weapons and Palace of the Dead as an option if you wish to. This is one of my favorites from this album. Like the Tomorrow and Tomorrow. It's just a really simple drum beat behind it. It does so much for it. It's weird. Do you get a minion or something if you buy the soundtrack? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is the Sanctuary album, yeah. That's what we're listening to today. Because they added it to the material usage license, so we can have it in the background of streams and stuff. Which is cool. Yeah. Lahi. Absolutely. I really like yeah, Shadowbringer's music was really good, yeah. I think my favorite is still Seat of Sacrifice's build up to that whole fight. The way that song plays and then the second half is just, you can't beat that. It's just ridiculous. Like, Seat of Sacrifice alone is a really, really good fight. But the music is just like chef's kiss, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. In Hades' theme, we see the fate of two worlds hinged in balance. Yeah. Hades was a good fight as well, to be honest, yeah. I don't think they dropped the ball with any fight, really, realistically, in Shadowbringers. I'm trying to think of something I didn't like. Oh, wait, actually, yeah. No, wait, when was Castrum what'd you call it? Memora Misera. When was that? That was Stormblood, no? I forget when Memoria Misera came out. I hated that fight. Yeah, I don't think that was Shadowbringers. Or maybe it was, actually, because it was part of the sodding... Oh, I don't remember. I was trying to think of any fight that I don't really like that came out in the last while. It was Shadowbringers. You like that fight? Fair enough. You know, some people love things that I hate, and I hate things that other people's love. So, you know, it's part of it. I think that fight was just... It was just annoying. It was just annoying. It wasn't hard. It was just annoying, and I didn't like the fact we didn't get a mount from it. The fact that it was just, yeah, not my cup of tea, I'm afraid. Not a fan. Yeah, I do. I remember now. Yeah, I tried to forget it existed. Honestly, people were like, "Hey, Meoni, would you help me do the card runs in Memoria Misera?" I'm like, "No." Well, you said you'd do anything within reason. Within reason. Damn it. I'd rather do Delibrum Regine and any of that stuff repeatedly. In fact, I did that repeatedly, and it was fine. Oh dear. There we go. The Eden remixes are kind of okay, but I think the only, you know, right, legit, when you first heard Blue Fields, okay, for the first time in this game, something inside of me, because my favorite Final Fantasy is 8, right? Something inside of me just exploded, and I had like goosebumps down my arm. It was... that can never be replaced in terms of feeling, because I never expected it. I never thought it was going to happen. I hadn't realized it was going to be included in the game, and then it was and I'm like, oh my god, there I am. I've been taken back in time, and I can see Balam Garden all over again, and I could feel the same feels. It was brilliant. That was my highlight moment of Eden. It was probably the best bit for me personally. The music. That and the Extreme. Oh my god, the remix of the Extreme. Just, yeah. The only thing missing from the Eden stuff was we deserved, and we still deserve, a version of Man with a Machine Gun. Okay? Laguna's theme. We deserve that, and I will not rest until we have that in this game. I need it on the Orchestrion everywhere. It needs to be in here. Do. Yeah, Blue Fields though. Oh my goodness. Like, just instant goose pimples all over, like bumps all over my body, just going, whoa, what is that shiver? Literal chills. It's part of the reason I, like a lot of people, expected there to be like an Ultimecia final phase or something. That would have been cool. I mean, what we got was alright. E12S was but imagine if we had got Ultimecia. $14 is actually your first FF. That's awesome. I mean, you picked a really good game to come into the series with. Probably one of the best, because it combines all of the best bits from the others, as well as original storyline as well. There's certainly nothing to be ashamed of for it being your first Final Fantasy. It's an excellent game. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, the storyline for Eden was yeah, not my cup of tea, but yeah, it was all right. It left me wanting, I'm afraid. That's the only thing. He was traumatized? Really? Crisis Core was your first Final Fantasy? What a fantastic entrance to the series. Crisis Core is going to be incredible with a remake, because they released a statement the other day saying they're voice acting even the stuff that used to be not voice acted. So all of the side quest stuff's being voiced. How good is that? It's going to be so good. Why do I have crap in my inventory? All right, we got one more thing to do. Squiggy, thank you so much for joining, Squiggy. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let me bow to you. Much obliged. I appreciate that. Right then. Whew, I'm roasting. The last thing to do today, let's see. I think it might be the last thing to do. Well, apart from, well, roulettes at least. Let's do expert. We all good for expert? You're gonna steal a glam. Which one? The Lalafell? Lady down. Oh, wow. Ooh, that's nice. I just like really weirdly walked over and stared at them. That's my bad. Thanks, Connor. I appreciate that. I don't think we will, but the sleeves, though. What's wrong with the sleeves? They're using the voice cast from 7 Remake. Yes! Brianna White. Aerith. Oh, fantastic. Now, there's a lot you could say about the original voice cast, but there's a couple of characters that you could never, ever replace from a new cast, and I think Brianna White is one of them. She's an absolute treasure. She genuinely is, and she's got a voice of an angel. Fits perfectly for Aerith. So I'm glad to see that they're bringing some people over. It's nice. And the UI for that game looks insane now. It looks like you're playing Remake. Looks so good. It's what we always wanted, is a modern version of Crisis Core that would age, that we could have on Steam. That's all I ever wanted. It's fantastic. Oh, good looking sleeves. I quite like the summoner's sleeves. You know, the Yuna's outfit. Those sleeves, I like using those a lot. The only problem is they don't dye white enough. They only go like beige sort of color, like off-white. So it's really hard to match them, sadly. There needs to be more long sleeves, I think. Yeah, Brianna, yeah, she does streaming, yeah. She's a very approachable lady and very good at what she does. Huge respect for her. Well, all of the cast, actually. They're all really nice people. You can tell they love the source material as well. Like, they're really excited to be involved. And that's good, you know. The worst thing that could possibly ever happen with a franchise like that, it would be to hire the wrong people who are only doing it for the money. So to see the passion, you know, stem from these people and it be genuine, and you can tell it's genuine, it comes across really nicely. It makes a better product overall. They're bringing it in line with Remake and even updated the graphics so it's more like... Yeah, the UI is very Remake-y. Glad they didn't just upscale the original. I would have been fine with an upscale, because having to emulate it to get it to work on modern stuff is a pain in the butt. Like PSP emulators, not that fun, honestly. Like, I still have my original copy, but capturing from a PSP is nearly impossible. Unless you have, like, special capture stuff. So for it to be something that's, you know, now going to be recorded for all eternity and accessible whenever I want to play it, you know, on Steam Deck and my PC, and it's just a heaven. It really is heaven. I cannot wait. I kind of want them to do a remake of 8 next, just to give it the love that they've given to Crisis Core. Just make 8 again, exactly as it was, but with up-to-date everything. I'd be happy with that. Like, I love 8 to death, but what they did with the quote HD remaster wasn't it. That wasn't it, you know. I mean, you could just install Roses and Wine, the original like fan mod for Final Fantasy VIII on PC, and it looked better. So it's not good. I think it was called Roses and Wine, wasn't it? The graphic update. Pretty sure. Like the fan-made stuff. Texture packs and stuff. H receives very little love, you blame face tattoos. Really? I think 8's one of the best RPGs of its time. It's one of my favorite games. What's wrong with face tattoos? Where am I located? England. Is that the answer you were looking for? I live to the on the east coast of the United Kingdom. The PSP 2000 3000 had AV out, so you could capture it, but it was weird. Yeah, that's the point. If it's not 16:9 or 4:3, then I'm not in. And resizing it's going to look really weird because you're just going to end up stretching Zack to look like a massive, you know, bulbous creature rather than who he actually is if you stretch the aspect ratio. So yeah, I'm more than happy to wait for streaming that game for the remake. Absolutely. It was a fantastic game though. The ending is gonna make me cry again though. It's horrific. But yeah, we won't talk about it too much. It's a tearjerker. Meoni on YouTube. That's where I'm always on. This is me. I am a YouTubes. All of the tubes of you. Square Enix needs to make a new Parasite Eve. Well, it's funny you should say that. That new NFT game could have been Parasite Eve, couldn't it? Just saying. Not really a massive fan of those old NFT thingies. It's taken the hope out of my mind. Because everything about it, like Symbiogenesis, basically screamed Parasite Eve. And then they were like, yeah, this is going to be an NFT experience. I was like, no. Why? Why? Basically. Non-fungible yeah. Symbiogenesis is an NFT experience. Which stands for no effing thanks. Sorry, but it's just not... It's not interesting to me. It's disappointing more than anything, I think. Like, it was one thing to see, like, Cloud Strife and the original classic Ring Arts characters with their, like, NFT counterparts that you could pay money for on the store. That was one bad thing, but then no, why? Not a fan, not a fan. Each to their own once again, but not a fan. Yeah, you're not the only one, Mr. Yodi. Ah, can't read apparently. Sorry, my bad. Are NFTs bigger in Japan or something? I think, now I could be wrong, it looks to me like the time when they became like a thing to talk about before anyone had looked into what they actually were and had any real information on them, built up so much hype that as a Japanese company, they looked to the West at the popularity of these things, realized that, oh, people actually want these things, opened up their marketing strategies, and by the time they actually wanted to implement one of these things as a game or to incorporate it, it had already died out in the West in a bigger fashion. So now we've got the after, like the fallout of these decisions after people know what they are. Because if this came out like a few years ago, people would be like, oh, what's an NFT? Oh, okay. And then they would have hated it afterwards. But now they're in a really awkward situation where this thing's been developed, which could have been in development for a long time, where now Square Enix has got to put up with people going FN NFTs, which is quite a rightful thing to say, by the way. I agree with you. But it's really bad timing. Like, it's really bad timing. Now, the reason I have that opinion that that's possibly what happened is because it happens usually all the time. If a game in the West suddenly does this or does that, or somebody says something, normally a year or two later, they add it to their games. Now, sometimes that can work in a pro way, like in a really good way. And more often than not, it helps to make the industry better. This is not one of those examples, I'm afraid. Like recently, Harvestella has been quite groundbreaking, I think, for Square Enix development, because it has a non-binary option when you create a character, so it's more inclusive to people. So sometimes that Western influence can benefit a greater people. But I don't think the NFT decision was necessarily one of those. And the way I see NFTs is, well, I see them as glorified pyramid schemes, personally. So it doesn't paint their decision-making in a high sort of frame of my mind. I think it's a terrible choice driven by a marketing decision that should not have ever been made. It's only going to make them look bad in the long run, and there's going to be a lot of regrets, and I would fear that a great deal of people will probably lose their livelihoods over stuff like this. So, not a fan personally, but each to their own. I'm sure there are people who are totally on the NFT train, and each to their own. Like I say, I just don't see the benefits, and that's just the way I am. I think it's partially because I'm quite an old-fashioned sort of brain as well. But if you actually look at like the market statistics, it's not really working, is it? Hence how so many people have bailed on that stuff. I mean, there have been so many occasions, like you wonder about advertising. I turn down 90% of the advertising opportunities that are offered to me because they're stupid crap like that. And that's no word of a lie. Like, if you ever wonder, why doesn't Meoni do more sponsorships and stuff and ad placements on YouTube? Why don't you do YouTube videos where you're like, this video was sponsored by this? Because there isn't a single company that's contacted me that I can remotely recommend or want to be at the side of. Doesn't matter how much money they put on the line. Even if they gave me, like, I don't know, insert stupid amount of money here, I cannot endorse in my brain something that I myself wouldn't use. So I just don't do it. And that's, you know, not everyone, you know, each to their own. If people want to make a quick buck on this stuff, that's up to them, but I don't give a crap. It looks and smells bad. I'm going to stay away from it. That's as simple as that, really. So if you ever wonder why there's not like a million Raid Shadow Legends adverts and all the rest of it, it's because I think it's complete garbage. No one got time for that. Yeah, this is the Sanctuary Hearts album. I think I've still got it linked in my... There you go. There's some more info for you. I hope I've linked the correct thing now. Probably. It's a good album, isn't it? It's quite chill. The more I listen to it, the more instruments I'm recognizing now. Scarmiglione. Yeah, the Kagane theme is top notch. Technically speaking, it's the world's most inefficient databasing system. Sorry, hold on. In a world that is somehow burns down rainforests due to how inefficient it is. Yes. Raid Shadow Legends is the #1 mobile game. Now, speaking of mobile games that actually weren't that bad, the first Soldier wasn't that bad. But they literally... They were a little bit grabby on that game. By quite a bit. So I could never condone it. But then recently they've decided to axe it, so... Funnily enough, they decided to axe that game, First Soldier, at the same time as announcing, on the same day, within an hour of announcing the end of service, more cash shop items. So I was like, okay then. So I was a little bit confused about that one. So here's this game that people actually enjoy that we're now going to end the service of. Sorry guys, no more game for you. However, you could buy things for the game that's going to be gone soon. What? Many weird decisions. Thankfully, from what we can tell, very little of them come to Final Fantasy XIV, and for that, I am sincerely, eternally grateful, I can assure you. Right, thank you so much for the group. That's our roulette's done for the day. I'm going to do my Wondrous Tales. And hopefully get 2 lines. So thank you very much. I appreciate everything. How derpy your character looks. You remind me of a lead engineer of some description. I like that hat. It's nice. You do look a bit derp actually, don't you? It's the goggles. It's making you the goggle eyes. Blur, blur, blur. Right, so we need to get... We don't need that many astronomy, actually, to finish a weapon today. This is going to be big. Right, so... Oh, yeah, feel free to add me to the friends list if you want to, guys. I will make room, because there's a lot of people on here that no longer play the game, I don't think. If my friends list wants to work. Let's see. Oh god, that refreshes the list when people add me. Oh no. I do not believe... No, they don't play anymore. I wish you could sort by... Well, I wish this bloody list would work, to be honest with you, Square Enix, but there we go. They're already on other people's friends lists. There we go. Made some room. Boop. This is really nice, this track. What is this? This is the Serenity theme from Sanctuary's Heart. I like the music box sort of tuned to it. It's very nice. Okay, right. Let's get some seals. Let's do some naval and hopefully get lucky. And hopefully we can get the 2 lines easily enough. Babylon's Fall. Oof. Yeah, that game. That was an experience. Yeah. I have opinions on that as well, but yeah. They're likely shared by most people. The most of the expressions are what even happened and why. Just lots of questions with that game. You're the dancer in the background. Oh, well, everybody loves your glam, by the way. You look amazing. So thank you for being our background dancer. Yeah, that's the thing with Babylon's Fall. How many people even knew that it was even releasing? Like, nobody knew what it was. I was like, oh, you checked out that Babylon's Fall. What's that, Meoni? What? I've not heard of this thing. Okay. To be fair, though, it's probably best that way. I mean, it's sad because people worked hard on that. But where was the PR behind that? It just didn't exist. And they had some really interesting crossovers as well. Didn't they have a Nier crossover as well? So you could get Nier outfits and stuff, if I remember. But then, to be fair, Nier has had a crossover with PUBG, so... It's not surprising, really. The most recent weird one for me, like crossover-wise, was that McLaren, like the actual car company, did a crossover with PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. Like, what? So you've got these like super realistic, like hyper realistic, very detailed models of these like McLaren cars in the game, but it's in like Miramar and those like desert map and stuff. It's like everything else looks awful in comparison to these bright shiny cars. Such a strange crossover. So weird. Yeah. They barely advertised Neo. And the world ends for you and called it a failure. That's the thing with Steam as well. Like that, I think it's undervalued by Square Enix, and not just Square Enix, but a lot of the publishers, at least on the Japanese side. They see Steam as like this unpopular thing, but it's like if you said a game was coming out tomorrow, fine, it's coming out tomorrow. But if you say that same game is coming out tomorrow on Steam, I will buy it. And a lot of people are like that because a lot of people in the West, at least, have a massive Steam collection of games or are trying to build one, because they like their games to be all in one place. It's one of the reasons why I don't really give a crap about the Epic Games thing, no matter how many free games they give me, because I want all my games in one place. I don't like having 50 installers. I might be one of the only people in the world like that, but I mean, I used to like physical copies of games. Then when I got into PC gaming, it was like, well, I'd like everything to just be in one place, and Steam was there. It works. Yeah, it might have a bit of a monopoly, to be perfectly honest, but I don't know. This song is Heroes, Sanctuary's Heart Heroes. Is this pre-recorded? Yes. There was someone else called Xenome when I was recording this, and I've reacted to them in the past, which is now your present, but your past is my present, so therefore you are technically in my pre-recorded video. Ah, that's how time paradoxes work, my friend. Pine Paradox, yes. Pine Paradox. Isn't it they don't like Steam because there's so many visual novels on it? Oh, there's hundreds of visual novels on Steam. No? I mean, there's plenty of pornographic ones, at least. That's... Does that count? Are those visual novels? There's something. It's usually like some on the front page, because I have the adults, like the mature titles visible tick, and if you have that enabled on the front page, it's just basically like Fox girls doing things. Basically, that's what I see on Steam. Those are visual novels. Wink, wink. Oh, look, we're not going to get anywhere near 2 lines, are we? Okay, let's do one more Titan, and then we'll shuffle again. Well, we'll work on getting some more stuff. They're sus, yeah. PC gaming has been gaining some popularity in Japan. Yeah, that is the big thing, isn't it? Like, it's more convenient in history. It's always been more convenient for people to have a console than a PC. This is something that Yoshi P said a while back, like with the popularity of video games in Japan in one of the many interviews. You know, that's why the Super Famicom and stuff like that was so heavily produced and so many models were made. The demand was enormous for console gaming. And still remains that way to this day for the most part, because the housing situation in Japan is, you know, they've got a population shortage, but they have like this thing about very small living, like very minimalist sort of experienced living. So you can't really have like a PC. I think the game changer will be when the Steam Deck gains traction in Japan. I think that's a huge market that's going to explode, quite honestly. Technically, I have a chance of getting 2 lines here. Should I wait? Maybe I should risk it. No. I don't know if I should risk it for a biscuit and just... I need to shuffle, really, don't I? Man, why can't this be easy? Okay, well... 1340. Hold on. Mathematics, assist me. Let's do, let's do. Let's do frontline and what are the chances that I'm going to get something that's doable on mental roulette? Do I do it? Let's do frontline. Let's do a quick frontline. Oh, nearly capped on poetics. That's not good. At TGS this year, the Steam Deck booth was packed with people wanting to try it and see what it's like. At the Atlas booth, they used to see. Oh, that's perfect. That's the marketing they need. If they show off a Persona game on it and how well it runs on the Steam Deck, then that's it, isn't it? People are going to be sold. You would like a biscuit. You get no biscuits. No biscuits for you. Unless you ask nicely, and then you can get a biscuit. And maybe if you ask nice enough, I'll make you a cup of tea to go with biscuits, so you can dunk them. Let's buy some stuff. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Want 8 of those. I'll get a couple of them as well. Sorry, I'm working on anima weapons at the same time, so it's a process. I'm determined to finish a weapon on stream today. We are so close, but we're gonna have to do PvP. And then we'll have to do something else after the PvP. Why? May I please have a biscuit? Okay, you get a biscuit. What kind of biscuit would you like? You know, the worst thing is the moment when you think there's a tin of biscuits on the table and you open it and it's full of sewing needles. I can't be the only one. And maybe that's just a British thing, but you're like, oh my god, it's those biscuits, the Victoria biscuit tin. Oh, and then you open the tin and it's just full of needles and thread for sewing. It's like, what? Why? Why is it lying to me? It's the worst feeling ever. It's an American thing too. Oh, nice. I'm glad to see that we're all equally as disappointed as everyone else. Nice. Equal disappointment, you know, that's equality, isn't it, right there? So we're queuing for frontline right now, which is gonna take 5 minutes, question mark. We'll see. Activated my grandma's trap card. Yup. All of the cards. Do. You're surprised when there are cookies? When do you get cookies in those tins? I never get any. What the heck? I think my family are just stingy in it. They don't buy enough biscuits. I'm gonna have to buy a tin of biscuits now, aren't I? I'm gonna have to go to Amazon and get some biscuits. Wait, does Amazon sell biscuits? Hold on. Oh, that's a nice glam. Very peacocky. You look like a peacock. Oh, you took inspiration from that person. Oh, nice. Ooh, that's cool. I like that. So you've got the Ravel Keepers. Oh, it's the headband. Oh, that's cool. My thingy popped, but it's a very nice glam. Nice use of green, actually, to contrast the blue. It's rare that you see that. Cool. See, I'd be too frightened to do that. I'd dye everything the same color blue. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Uranium. Who's Ranium? Isn't that Yogscast quite? Oh man, the Yogscast. Those were the days. You finally got your dream glam the other day. Ooh, what was your dream glam? Tell me. What is your dream glam? What pieces? I was quite happy the other day we managed to do unsync the E12S fight because we'd never cleared it legit back in the day. And I was able to get the healer chest, and I also got the sage new lifts. Oh boy, those things are beautiful. Also, whilst I was there, I got the cane for white mage. Look at that thing. Oh, isn't that nice? I like it. Yeah, we did a bit of glamour farming the other day. It was very nice, very therapeutic. Also, have you ever seen the Omega 12 gun? I hadn't until the other day. Look at that thing. Isn't that sick? It's got like a drill bit that goes and spins out. That's lovely. Right, PvP time. This is where we die horribly in PvP, so... Wait, what are we doing? Secure. This old chestnut. Epic gamer Meoni in PvP. I really have no idea what I'm doing in frontline. What is that onion mount? Onion mount? You mean the Mandragora? Which page is it on? Where is the bloody thing? Here you go. Island onion prints from the Island Sanctuary. An onion. Wee! And he does a wee movements. Wee! Alright. Oh god, spell effects are on. Ugh. Can't see. Quickly! Leave! Or are we engaging? No, we're leaving. We're leaving. What server am I on? This is Ragnarok server on the Chaos Data Center on EU. Where I started. No, we just gotta play like we know what we're doing, and then that's how we win, right? We just pretend. I don't really want to defend though. I want to attack things. Whee! You did frontline yesterday as Paladin and popped Hallowed Ground, and I don't think I've laughed as hard in the game while seeing all the damage I was taking. Oh yeah, it is therapeutic, isn't it, when you just stand there and people wail into you. Oh well, that's LB right in the face, right there. That's nice. That's a lot of dudes. Just saying, that's a lot of dudes. That Dragoon looks tasty though. Come here. Oh man, they killed him before I could get that off. Red Mage. Come on, Red Mage. Get out that bubble. Stop bubbling. I want an assist. Thank you. Alright. Groovy. Where are we going, team? What's next? Oh god. Can I target the machinist, please? Oh lord. Oh dear. Mistakes were made. Abort. This fella though. Oh wow, I didn't see the cloud of blue stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Shield. I don't have backdrop. I'm dead. No. Sad. As a Dragoon who I'm assuming does high-end content, have you ever accidentally leaped into something that killed you? Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah. But yeah, I don't do savages on it now. But yes, the point still can be answered. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely, all the time. You should see me play Red Mage. I jump off buildings whilst in combat and then go shit, and then I'm dead on the floor like a pancake. Or any platform. I have to take those abilities off my bars when I do PvE stuff. Oh, that's a lot of people. Okay. We can take them. Possibly. Okay, maybe not. Come on. No one else is attacking him? Okay. Okay. Come on then, friend. I will kite you to oblivion. Come on. Oh, he gave up. We need to take that base back. Your friend just started playing Dragoon and he told me he dies of a tank if it's the tank's fault for not holding aggro. I'm trying to explain it's going to happen, and it's going to be your fault. I mean, the only time you ever die from aggro is if they haven't used their stance, right? So, yeah, we've all been there, though, because we're used to, like, other MMOs, right? Although, to be fair, it used to be possible to die to over-aggroing, so... This is my best now. No, Mr. Reaper, this is my best. Not your best, this is my best. Stay away. I'm gonna press my limit break and you're gonna survive it easily. Yes. It's my base, not your base. My base. Not done any damage to this guy yet. No, he's got friends. That's not allowed. You're not allowed friends in PvP? What is this? 3 friends? Oh, man. Regrets are apparent right now. See how long I can survive against 5 friends. Oh, no. Not the 5 friends. It's like the 5 fiends, but slightly less interesting. And I'm dead. But they used a lot of abilities on me and I delayed them long enough that they lost the Allegan markets. Oh, they've got it back again. Sad. That was actually a valid tactic. A bit of a harass. That works. If I was them, I'd be attacking the Sun Temple right now. But we shall see. Yep, told you. His car was jumping on me. But he's got those new hydraulics, you know? The low rider, as you will. Get here, machinist. Come here. Get off of my area. Go on. Bugger off. Go on. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hi. Hi. What's the fun in that, man? It's quite sad. For PvP, I'm afraid it's either they zerg or they don't want to even fight you. They won't fight you one-on-one. It's really sad. Like, I get it. I understand. They're just trying to get their wins in for the day, but... What happened to the epic 1v1s? No, it's just kite you to the next area. It's sad, really. Hey! I'm replying to you saying, hey. Hello. I'm dead, but annoyed them. That is the tactic, yeah. If you annoy them enough that they'd spent at least 30 seconds on your existence, then you accomplish something this day. Like, these guys are just fighting in the mid, right? So they're not actually benefiting their team. So there's like a few of us and there's like all of them. So to be fair, if this continues, it's not bad. You missed playing 14? Well, there's a free play period now, isn't there? Like a return campaign, I think it is. Sorry, I didn't mean to yawn. Ah. Boom, 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 boom. Let's give him one of those. Might as well. Just annoy the enemy enough that they're slightly agitated. Are they slightly agitated enough? Yeah, maybe. Let's get that base back. They're a bit late coming up, aren't they? Is this Ultima Fall on an automaton? I think it's one of those pheromones, but it does sound like an automaton, doesn't it? Yeah, I did a thing. Sort of, kind of. I did a thing. Oh, we lost the manners. Brilliant. Yay. Oh, we got incoming as well. Nice. I'm going to be dead in a few seconds. I say, bring it. I will stab you all with a pointy end. Oh god, that's a lot of them. That's a lot of them. That's okay. That's a lot of them. Hello. Hi. My team abandoned this area. Nice to meet you. Ah! Stick with a plan. Annoy them enough. Oh god, I'm dead. Oh, they finally came back. I did a thing. I held the line. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't. We lost the point. We lost the. Really? Why didn't he just stand in the flag? Oh, yay. Why you do this? Come on. Yeah, it's like one of those things. You could play this on an automaton though. If you had to tap for it. Be quite good actually. Oh, where's the ninja gone that I was just attacking? Oh, they really want the Sun Temple. Oh, I didn't realize they wanted it that bad. They really want the Sun Temple, huh? Meanwhile, our team is fighting in the middle of nowhere. No one air base. In fact, they are just fighting over here. So let's inspect what's so interesting over here. Let's have a look, shall we? So they're all going down there to a battle area, but the point is up here that isn't being contested. Right. I don't get it. So PvP 101 with Meoni. The short answer is it appears I'm not the only one that doesn't know how to PvP. It's a point-based challenge system, is it not? See, like if we stand on the flag whilst killing them, then we might get a base. No? Funny that. Interesting. Meanwhile, they're still on the map in the middle of nowhere. Excellent. Excellent. Is PvP a good source of tomestones? No, not really. Just we've done our roulettes and I needed a few more. I'm not being baited out, Mr. Summoner. You're going to have to fight us here on our terms, Mr. Rothgar. Come forward. Bring thyself upon my blade. Okay, you brought a friend with you. That's not fun. The warrior. Oh, no. It's not annoying. Hold the line, damn it. How am I supposed to defeat a warrior? Come on. Warrior with a pocket healer, a dark knight, and a summoner and a machinist now. I'm pretty sure I'm done, right? I'm dead. Yeah. So where's team? Oh, team is technically on a base. All right, we'll allow it. That was fun. Oh, every time I'm on a team, they lose. So that says a lot about my skill. I have none. Oh, look. We finally have an army to contest the point. Now, Meanwhile, this is some thrilling gameplay between the two outposts down here. Yeah, that's... Oh, dear. I love PvP. It's fantastic. Just frontline is... Now, you see, if they proportionately split to leave some people here rather than the entire team going back and forth, we could win. But every time they send their entire army back to the Sun Temple, and as soon as the serpents realize that there's only me and Bobby here, I'm going to call him Bobby, then we're dead again. So this is an example of the Zerg tactic not really working. Oh, look, here we go. See, look, we've had a scout. They've seen there's only two of us. Now Mr. Warrior says, come along with me, pocket healer. Oh, we got another person. We've got Sharkman. Hello, Sharkman. 3 versus 4. Okay, that's good. All right, I'll stop complaining now because it looks like they're doing something. I don't know what they're doing. Skill or team? I think at the end of the day, it's proportionate to how many people are at each point rather than any skill. But you can, obviously, there are some very skilled players. I'm not one of them. But like, if you have like 1 person versus 8, you're not going to win. So just kind of waiting for somebody to get to 1600 points. Oh, here we go. So we've got a gunbreaker and a summoner. He's decided to heavy us. He's trying to leash us out so that his friends, look, can come in. See that? See that tactic? So now he's leashed that guy nearly out, I think. What's this paladin doing? Okay. Interesting. Nope. My point. You're going to have to hit me a lot harder than that, Mr. Paladin. I'm sorry. If you've got a pocket healer, so there's no point in me doing damage to you. Literally 0 point. I might as well just hover in the air and... Yep. Yeah, that's frontline in a nutshell. Zerg, Zerg, Zerg. And then recover Zerg. Yeah, that's... Yeah. You come back to me saying paladin. Yeah, welcome back. I'm not a fan of frontline in comparison. It's fun though to have that many people, but Shatter's more fun than secure. Like a good game of Shatter can be quite entertaining because it's easier to fill up that stuff. Whereas secure, nobody really gets the idea of holding a point. They're just like, oh, we've got this flag, so we're going to run off to the next one without anybody staying, you know? Like, I get it, but at the same time, it can't be that hard. Oh, really? Can I get off my mount, please? No, I don't really want to fight in the middle of nowhere. It's kind of pointless. If no one else is coming, then... Wait, how many people are guarding that? I see one. Okay, good. Awesome. We're nearly done, thankfully. Thrilling gameplay, I think you'll agree. There we go. Good job, adders. Have fun with that. Here's accommodation for this other summoner. I got no kills. Yeah! I died 7 times. Look at how skillful I am not. Right, we need only a few to finish off. So I guess I could do PvP. The easy stuff. Let's do that. Ooh, peacock mount with peacock outfit. Very cute. Oh, I see the green goes with the bird as well. That's nice. Shatter when all the small ice light up at the same time is the most stressful part. Oh, but it's fun though, isn't it? You're noticing the 14 category on YouTube is very, very slim on English speakers. Is that true? Honestly, where is the category for live streaming for 14? I've never looked at it. It's not easy to find. No, that's why I've not been able to find it. Okay, let's do some real PvP. Ooh, I like that. That machinist glam. That was nice. Okay. Alright. We got slightly balanced teams. Although White Mage is better in PvP than Sage, so... Ooh, that is a nice looking character, actually. Look at that. I like the boots. Ooh. Very nice. Got ourselves a warrior as well. Wait, are we all cats? It's Team Cat. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're all cats. Cats are all... Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. There's only 3 English speakers out of 1.6k viewers. Really? Damn. That is Lara Croft, yeah. Kitty Croft. She's called. Let's hope, anyway. Kitty Croft. Oh, that's the wrong target. Oh, boom. I didn't mean to click that one. Whoops. I didn't mean to attack the wrong one. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Okay, there we go. Here we go. This is what I was trying to do, and I failed miserably earlier. Come on. Oh. That failed. Didn't go in enough. There's a live tab. To find a gaming category itself for live streams, you have to go to YouTube Gaming, literally scroll through the games. Really? See, that's the thing with discoverability on YouTube. It's like almost impossible. Like, there are some really good bits they're doing on YouTube, and then there's some really like questionable decisions. Like that was a questionable decision. But to be fair, my team... Wait, this guy's alive and he's just stood in the base. What? Okay, whatever. Casual mode will be casual. It's fine. I'm not going to get sweaty about casual mode. YouTube gaming is rough. To be fair, though, from what I've seen, it already looks like it's better than Twitch, so... Hate to say it. If they can fix a lot of the discoverability problems, then this place will be a lot easier to use. I'm a firm believer that... Wow. They'll do something. There's only 3 streams with English titles in the entire category. Oof. Yeah, I mean, YouTube's... I mean, this bit rate should be high right now, right? It looks pretty good, no? What's this guy doing here? Go away. Deny them. What? Come fight, friend. Please? Okay. Or don't. Still got 20 astronomy though, so... How many do I have now? Oh man. I want a win, please. Oh, we don't need a win. 20... Okay, 60, 70, 80. I need 2 more casual matches. Okay, we can do that. Shorter ad breaks to be sure. Okay, so anybody who's been here for any length of time, we've been streaming for 4 hours, 20 minutes. Anyone who's been here in the nearly 4 hours, how many ads have you had? Apart from the initial one that you've clicked on, when you clicked on. None, yeah. No ads, none. Yep. There shouldn't be any. Yep, it should be set to 0. Excellent. That's exactly how it should be. Now, if we tried to do that on Twitch, how many ads would you have had already? Like for 4 hours of stream, we would have had like an insane amount. Unless you're, of course, subbed on Twitch. But if you... for normal, regular viewing, you'd probably be pumped with like 7, maybe like 20 ads. You can set ads to 0 on Twitch. Yeah, but then you don't get any revenue at all. Whereas on YouTube, I get revenue by not having ads. You understand? Whereas on Twitch, I don't have that ability. So not only are they offering a better looking platform with better quality options that suit more people with a more stable network, they also offer more monetization without impacting the viewer on this site than there. I don't know. I still think it's a win-win, but I still remain on both platforms, but it's interesting to think about. 0 ad block is very useful. Fair enough. I mean, that's definitely an option. Personally, I don't use ad block because the only people I watch are the people I want to support anyway, so like, especially when it comes to YouTube viewing, but each to their own. Like, I'm not, it is what it is. Sometimes these things can get insane, especially on Twitch, so I don't blame you. Not at all. Who are we going after? Oh, there's 2 bloody healers. For God's... Right. Who's the target? A ninja? Or the white mage? Okay, we're gonna go after the white mage. That's fine. Don't switch target. Oh, switch target. Okay, maybe we should mark one. Do, 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 do. I mean, as a consumer, and you know, you have a right to do whatever you wish, right? Especially if it feels predatory, which I find a lot of people do feel that way about Twitch. They're not a fan, so I don't blame them. But like I say, a lot of the time, I just think of, like, the person on the other end. They're already getting screwed enough as it is, I think. Oh, man. That's it. Kill the white mage. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Please. Okay. Looks like this is probably going to be 3 losses then. Fair enough. This is what it is. You've had a few ad breaks on Twitch where it was 9 unskippable ads on 10 seconds long. It was horrible. That's the thing as well. Like, they push these incentives onto people, and so many people accept them without the realization of what it's doing to their community. And then there are people like me who are like, why would I ever do this? That's not worth it for that money. And then they still give you a ton of ads anyway, regardless of me turning it off. So I don't know. Oh, I didn't press the shield. I'm dead. Wow. Oh well. One more. Some of these ad incentives of like 40k a month. I'm sorry, but for you, how much live stream money? Maybe for you, I don't get 40k a month. I got $38 as an offer. So, I mean, if somebody wants to give me 40k a month, I'll do whatever they want. But it's not reality for most people. We're not all famous people, I'm afraid. It's not possible. I try not to think about it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they worked hard to get what they have, to be fair, Gosu, so good for them, right? But I think overall it screws over the smaller streamer anyway, having these ad incentive blocks and things. Yeah, that's the thing. It's killing small streamers. We don't have a chance. So, meh. But then I don't think people really give a crap anyway, to be perfectly honest. That they're only interested in the people that, you know, they tune in and have 3,000 other people to talk to. And that's fine. I understand that. But yeah. At the end of the day, they're going to prioritize the people that make them the most money, aren't they? That's basic business. Not random people like me. Oh, that's cute. I like that. The summoner's outfit and picture. That's cute. Oh, this track hits so hard. I love it. All is well in the world when I hear this song. My day is going great. Thank you, Jellybean. I hope you are well. Happy lurking. Alright, we've got no tanks to fight against. This actually might be fun. Nice. You want to do Crystalline Conflict because I want to earn the little sailboat. Little sailboat. You mean the Gloria mount? Like the little airship for your feet? my portrait's fallen off. I keep setting up my adventurer portrait for PvP and it keeps not working, so... Alright, who are we going after? Who's the plan? Machinist, I guess. Alright. Machinist it is. This is going to heal up again. Alright. And I'm dead. Probably. Yep. Did they at least... No, they didn't kill the machinist. Okay. Oh, no, we did. Okay. Yeah, the Gloria, yeah. Just do it over time. I didn't even realize I'd done the achievement until it was there on screen. I was like, oh. Some achievements are best not thinking about. Especially the fate-related ones, because if you sit there and count 1,000 fates, then you're not going to be very well. Or if you just do it casually and it happens like it did for me, and I was like, oh, that's not good. It's more of a scary thing to earn than something to aim for. Oh dear. You cheese. Oh, I'm dead. Oh no, he's dead. Ha 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 ha. He should be dead. There we go. The quick tap. Oh dear. The quick tap of death. It's like tap. Just tap him. Breathe on him and he dies. At that point. Oh dear. Oh. Free kill. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Brought to us by our friendly neighborhood ninja, doing all of the work. Holy moly, he's powerful on our team. He knows what he's doing, unlike me. So much nicer when there's no tanks. Holy moly, look at this. It's delicious. Actually tastes really good, doesn't it? Come here. Come here. Come here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's it. Use your abilities on me. Hurl yourselves against my body. And you. Okay. Nice bubble, friend. I like it. It's very bubbly. It's a very nice bubble you've got there. And go through the wall. Oh, I didn't kill him through the wall. That's a sad moment. Oh, he killed me. Wow. How did he do that? Oh, I got cocky and died. That's what I get. You haven't touched PvP ever since they did the rework in 6.1? Oh, you should. It's totally fun. Even if you suck at it like I do, it's a lot of fun. Especially if you queue up and you see people you recognize sometimes. Small server. Right, there we go. Kill him. Use the force. There we go. I think we might have victoried. That final kill though, that was totally worth it. The limit break kill at the end. That's pretty bad, isn't it? 5-10. Still, it's a lot easier when you don't have tanks to deal with. Oh, and that brings us to 1500 exactly. Look at that. The thing we have done, the thing we have achieved today. Like I said, you can get a relic every single day. You can get more than one relic a day. Not advised, but a relic a day, or relic every couple of days, as it would be more healthy to do. 19 weapons doesn't seem that hard, does it? We started the stream today. We got a weapon. But I forget, we got Gunbreaker, didn't we? We picked up Gunbreaker? I think we picked up Gunbreaker. Yeah, we got the Gunblade. We started with this. We handed that in. Now, we've got ourselves another weapon. And it only took me nearly 5 hours. So technically a weapon every 5 hours or 6. Well, with roulettes, of course. That isn't bad. That's not too bad. Are we still only at step 1? Yeah, but there's 19 weapons to get. That's quite a lot of weapons. Right, let's turn this bad boy in and have a look at our sexy weapon. I'm going to skip the cutscene because if we have to see him pour sweat into another weapon, I might just vomit. It's not all that, is it? EU, I mean by EU, there's not a lot of people that play on EU in comparison to US servers. Like our data center is just inherently smaller than yours. Okay, so. Whoop. Oh, I don't have armory space. No. Mackay bow, you're going in there. There we go. Yay! Got a new weapon. Look at that. Ooh, it's got runes on it. Very nice. What do we think, chat? Do we like that one? Oh boy. It's always satisfaction when you finish a weapon. It's always nice. I really can't wait to see the second stage in 6.3. It's going to be amazing. You got the sage ones today. Nice. Congrats on your new lifts. With spaceships, I should say. Yeah, I like this. It's a nice weapon. The Reaper one. In terms of dieability, we know how it dies because you showed it earlier, but it's the fabric bits. It's a bit of metal on it as well. I didn't realize the metal changed as well. Slightly. Wait, is it changing the metal? Slightly, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, ruby red does look cool. Not a bad looking weapon, that, actually. So that brings us to 11? Is that right? Let's do some mathematics. If the server wants to load. So we have the paladin sword and shield. We have the knuckles. We have the axe, spear, bow. We don't have the machinist weapon. We have the white mage cane. We don't have the black mage one. We have the index. We don't have scholar. We don't have dark knight. Yep. Astro. Dancer. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11. Wait, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh. Oh, I've done 12 weapons. Apparently my maths is that bad. I thought we'd only done 10. That was the 12th weapon. So we've only got 7 more to go. Wow. This is actually going by very quickly. Cool. Let's pick up Dancer and start that, I suppose. That's the thing that people asked for, so let's do that. Or at least start it. Boop. Boop, beep, boop. But yeah, lots of fun. So we have 12 weapons currently. Finding them all in my inventory is going to be difficult. Oh boy. There's those. So they're the sage ones. Which are like little spaceships. The warrior weapon. Which I quite like, but it reminds me of Bravura a little bit too much, I think. Slightly. Womage. I like the cane. It's quite nice. It dies really well, actually. We don't have Dark Knight yet, do we? Sadly. Don't have Scholar. Paladin we've got, though. Which looks like that. Oops. Fran's legs are in the way. I like that. It's a nice sword and shield. Also, it's blue and gold, which kind of goes well with my glam, surprisingly. Should be dyeable as well, but I've not dyed it. We have the Summoner Book, which I'm not using because reasons. It's okay. Dye's nice, but it's all right. We got the Red Magey weapon, which reminds me of Sword Art Online by Azuna's rapier. To be perfectly honest, I like that. We don't have Black Mage. We have Gunbreaker now, which is cool. It's like Neo-ish Guardian kind of blade or something. Very nice. We got Dragoon, obviously, which kind of looks like the Blue Feather weapon, to be honest with you. If you'd asked me what this weapon was without telling me it was a relic, I'd say the Blue Feather weapon, but it's quite different. Looks like it, though. We don't have Ninja yet. We have the Samurai Blade, though. Which is quite basic. And then we have Monk. Monk is surprisingly good. Like, look at those dragon hands. That's brilliant. They go upside down. Quite like those. I think they're cool. And then Bard, right? Which is kind of meh. Which is meh, really. It's okay. It's another harp bow. And then we got Reaper. Very cool stuff. Well, I accomplished my goal for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, supporting me, and, you know, the viewership's always lovely. I love talking to you guys. It's always a pleasure. So thank you so much. Like I say, this is a shorter stream than we would normally do. We normally go for about 7 hours or so. But that's going to be it for me today. So hopefully me chilling out with you, hanging out, whilst you were doing whatever you're doing, was fun. It's always a blast for me. And I hope everyone has a fantastic weekend. I will schedule another stream for probably midweek next week. And we'll be back on the YouTubes. And obviously Twitch in between, as well as some YouTube videos. I'll be working on quite a bit this coming week, because no doubt the special site for 6.3 will probably debut soon. So we'll have lots to talk about. But have a fantastic day, everyone. I really, really appreciate it. Have a great time. Thank you for keeping me company. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye. You're all legends. You too. Have a great weekend, guys. This music's so good, though. We're going to go out to this music. Heck yeah.